Well, welcome tonight to the Atascadero City Council meeting. If you would like to speak at all tonight, we are of course doing a virtual meeting as we have been because of the COVID regulations. And so if you'd like to speak on any item tonight, please do call the line at 805-538-2888 to provide public comment, or you can also do so if you're on this webinar tonight. The City Council is just returning from a closed session, and so I will ask our City Attorney to let us know if there's any reportable item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the Council was briefed on and discussed the item of litigation listed in the agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.1 sub A3B, the Council did give unanimous direction to seek settlement on defined terms. It would be improper to report the terms at this time because they are still subject to party approval and court approval. The matter will either be re-agendized for further discussion by the Council or reported out as having been settled at a future date. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And now I will call to order the regular session of the City Council of the City of Atascadero and ask Mayor Pro Tem Roberta to lead us in a pledge to the flag.
Yes, please stand and join me in saluting our nation's flag. Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fonzie.
Here.
Councilmember Funk.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau.
Here.
Mayor Moreno.
Here.
All present.
Wonderful. And again, if you are watching or listening, we welcome you tonight. And if you'd like to speak on any item that is set aside either during community forum or an item that's on our agenda, you can do so via this webinar if you're signed up for that, or you can call 805-538-2888 to provide public comment via phone. When you call, do let us know which item that you would like to speak on. Once again, that number is 805-538-2888. So I will ask for an approval of the agenda.
I so move.
Second. We have a motion by Councilmember Newsom, a second by Councilmember Funk, and we will waive the reading in full of all ordinances appearing on this agenda, and the titles of the ordinances will be read aloud by the City Clerk at the first reading after the motion and before the City Council votes. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our consent calendar, and the items on the consent calendar are considered routine and non-controversial by city staff, and they'll be approved in one motion if there's no member of the council or the public who wishes to comment or ask questions. If any comment or discussion is desired by anyone, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. So with that, I will look to my colleagues to see if there's any comment or pulling of an item on the agenda, consent agenda. Seeing none, I will ask Luke, do we have anybody on the webinar or on the phone that would like to speak on a consent agenda item?
We do not.
Thank you. And Laura, do we have anybody who has emailed a comment on our consent agenda?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I will bring it back for a motion.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Funk, a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
We will go on to council announcements and committee reports, and I'll just kind of go on my screen here. We'll start with Councilmember Newsom.
We had a DRC meeting on December 2nd that reviewed the Dove Creek Promenade again. We have two more anticipated meetings in the future to discuss that project, which is the corner of El Camino and Santa Barbara.
Anything else? Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau.
Yes, I attended a Water Resources Advisory Committee meeting, but nothing really of note to report from that. And did not attend any other meetings since the last council meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
I participated in a meeting of the Encampments Committee of the Homeless Services Oversight Council. The full council may be asked to meet again in December. It doesn't usually meet in December, but we may be asked to meet to consider some matters with respect to some large grants. There are a number of grant opportunities open related for COVID-related projects in anticipation that there's going to be a lot of pressure on housing soon.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fonzie.
No report.
Thank you. We had a SLOCOG and so San Luis Obispo Council of Governments and Regional Transit Authority. Nothing particular of note. We are RTA is expanding a little bit. They brought in the South County Transit, and so where we had core services, now we have some contract services. And one thing that we brought up from the city's perspective is we want to make sure that we're really clear on what core services are, and that those are, you might remember at our last meeting, we did approve that because it had to be approved by all the jurisdictions. And so just to bring that back in the future and make sure that we know what core services are, and we understand that Route 9 and, you know, the stops that it makes, of course, are part of that, just so that we make sure we're protected in that realm, but nothing particularly of note. And with that, we will go on to the oaths of office, and I will hand this over to our city clerk.
Thank you. So, part of what you just did in the consent calendar was to confirm the election results. And so part of that means now that we have oaths for Mayor Moreno, Councilmember Bourbeau, and our new council member, Darris. And if you give me just 1 second, I will see if I can find that video. Give me just 1 second. Sorry about that, 1 second.
We might want to mute Councilmember Fonzie again. I think we're getting a lot of feedback. Oh, yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, it's odd how sometimes you can just have what sounds like, you know, a bunch of typewriters going in the background or a construction yard, but there's nothing going on. So funny how that can work. And if you're just popping on and wondering why we're not doing anything at the moment, Laura, our city clerk, is pulling together the video of our swearing in earlier today.
Yes, so I wonder, can we, no, we can't come back to it. Well, yes, actually we can. In the meantime, while we get it uploaded, so that it will play for us, maybe we can do the presentations and then we'll come back to that. Will that work?
Sure thing.
Let me step in, Laura. We won't be able to play a video during the meeting. I have to upload videos prior to the meeting starting. Okay. It is a limitation of our current software, unfortunately.
Okay.
Do you need to re-administer the oaths then, Laura?
We will need to, which means we'll need to get Councilmember Darris on video. You can try, yeah.
Yeah, so just to let members of the public know, the three of us, and actually all 5 of us, and then plus Mark, so 6, And our, closest family members got out front of City Hall today at 3:30, all nice and distanced and safe, and administered the oath of office so that we were able to be there with loved ones. And so that was a nice touch that staff did for us. We really appreciated that.
Well, we will get that up on our social media, so we will have that and put it on the website, so it will be there.
Wonderful.
And then hopefully we'll do that right now. Do we have Mark? Is Mark on?
I see him on as a panelist.
I'm here. I think you can hear me. I'm unmuted, but I don't see my picture on the screen.
I think you need to share it if you go to the top and you can share your webcam.
There you go. Ah, bingo. Almost. I'm not sure what's.
It took several minutes for me to show up.
Really? Oops.
That's true. Charles had a hard time showing up. There you are. All right. All right, we're all here, Laura.
Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Let's do this again.
All right. Let's just practice before.
If you will raise your right hands and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I,
Heather Moreno.
Do solemnly swear.
Do
solemnly swear
that I will support and defend.
That I will
support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the same. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion. And that I will. Well and faithfully. Discharge the duties. Of the office for which I am about to enter. Great, thank you and welcome aboard. You guys all have your oaths of office. If you could sign those, and then I will also countersign.
Feeny. All right.
I don't have mine right in front of me. If you give me just a second, I'll get it. I forgot it.
And then while he's doing that, we'll show your certificate of elections. Here's Mark's, here's Councilmember Darris, here is Mayor Moreno's, and here is Councilmember Borbo's. So you are officially members of the City Council and Mayor.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you. Sorry.
And that is all right. We're all doing our best during these unusual times, and so it's all okay. All right, Mark's got his all ready to sign. So is there anything else that we need to do this evening to complete the process, or are we good?
And there we go.
That's it.
Thanks,
Perfect.
Mark.
We're all good. Everyone's official.
All right, wonderful. And now we will bring on our city manager. This is a time where we are going to recognize our outgoing council member, Roberta Fonzie.
So thank you, Mayor and council members. I have the pleasure tonight of telling you a little bit about Roberta and her history here in the city. Roberta Fonzie's parents moved to Atascadero in 1956 when Roberta was a small child. She graduated from Atascadero High School and from both Cuesta College and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo with honors. Roberta worked for the County of San Luis Obispo and the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, as a senior analyst until 1981, and was the principal author of both the Atascadero Incorporation Study and the County Special District Study. In the 1980s, she traveled widely throughout the United States and Europe with her husband, Fonzie, who was serving as an active duty Army officer. They lived overseas for 5 years, where she experienced many different cultures and studied land and resource use policies under urban conditions. Roberta returned to live full-time in Atascadero in early 1990s. She worked at Cuesta College developing curriculum, was employed by a local financial planner in San Luis Obispo, taught math and computers part-time at Atascadero's Continuation High School, and then obtained a realtor's license in 2002. Roberta has been an agent with Century 21 for about 15 years now and has been recognized as one of their top agents. Heavily involved in local issues, Roberta first served the city as a planning commissioner for over 10 years, with at least 2 terms as chairperson, bringing her knowledge of land use, tax policy, and real estate to benefit of Atascadero residents. She also served on the Main Street Design Committee. With a background in business, finance, and education, Roberta has a keen interest in promoting local businesses and accountability in government. She was elected to the City Council, Atascadero City Council, in 2008 and served as mayor in 2010. She has been passionate about including the public in the governmental process and has been a strong promoter of creating a business-friendly climate with improved job opportunities for local residents. Early in her career in local politics, Roberta promised she would work her hardest to preserve Atascadero's unique quality of life, heritage, and rural lifestyle, and to never forget that she serves the public. Throughout the 22 years of service to the community, she has never wavered in those promises. She has said that she believes her greatest achievement is serving our community. Roberta and Al have been married for almost 50 years. They have 4 grown children, and they share their 100-year-old Atascadero home with their dogs and cats. They still love to travel, and Roberta says that she particularly enjoys a good road trip. She also loves to read and always has a book in progress. We hope that she'll now have a little bit more time to enjoy these pursuits. And we thank you for your service to the city of Atascadero and to the residents of Atascadero, Roberta. I would also like to personally thank you for being an incredible boss. You've been my boss, one of my 5 bosses for the last almost 10 years, 7 years. And I have appreciated always your dedication, your compassion, your desire to do the best for the community, the way you always do your homework, the way you always ask questions and come well prepared. It has been a true pleasure working for you, so thank you. And that's what I have, Mayor. I think you're on mute, Mayor.
Thank you. I was saying this isn't the same doing this virtually, of course. Would love to be in person with you. And of course, you do have the obelisk, which is very nice. So I will make sure this gets to you. And I know we have some members of the public that probably want to speak. Would I love to just ask each of my colleagues would, I think, like to say a word. So go ahead and chime in. We'll start, Heather. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. I just want to say it's been an honor, Roberta, to serve with you. You've taught me so much. You've been a mentor, and you've also been an inspiration to do all those amazing things that you have done for our community for so long. So I am pleased to know you, and I am honored to have served beside you, and I will truly miss you. So don't expect, I'm sure you can expect phone calls from me to say I miss you. My best, and I hope enjoy your semi-retirement from council life, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see you at quite a few events. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Borbo.
Roberta, what an impressive run. 22 years of service to the city. That, I mean, it just epitomizes your dedication. And I've admired your fairness. I've seen you run meetings and committee meetings, your fairness to the public, and to, applicants and others has always impressed me. Your thoroughness in doing your homework, et cetera. And it's been a real pleasure, and we will definitely miss you. And I think the city owes you a debt of gratitude for all these years of dedication. So, and I hope you enjoy not being on the council and not having to, spend some of the time we do on things that aren't always so interesting. So, enjoy.
Thanks.
Councilmember Funk.
I want to thank you for the privilege of serving with you, alongside you. And thank you for the tremendous sacrifice that's involved in so many, many years of serving our community. This is hard work that we do on the council when we do it right. And I appreciate that you have hung in there for a long time to try to move our community forward. I also appreciate your willingness to work together across any differences that we may have brought in with us to find ways to move our community forward working together. And I also noted in the many pictures that the city manager did that in the early years of your service, you were frequently the only woman present. And I thank you for helping open up that pathway so that we now, for the second time in a row, have a female majority council, and that you really helped carve that pathway forward for lots of people who come into this with many backgrounds, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Darris. You're muted.
There we go. I'm sorry. Roberta, I got to meet you probably 10 years ago when I joined the Planning Commission. It's been a real pleasure working with you, or getting to know you and your husband, and you as a city council person, serving with you on the DRC. You have been an inspiration and a mentor, and I've always appreciated your fairness as a council person. I feel like I'm filling very big shoes. I think it's a huge loss to the city for you to step aside, but we all, of course, appreciate the time that you've served. As Charles said, 22 years is quite an impressive run. And anyway, I wish you the best in your next chapter here. And thank you for all that you've done for me and for the city.
Yeah, Roberta, this is very bittersweet. The day you told me that you had decided to retire from city service was very mixed feelings. Very happy for you and Al to have some time where you're not devoting so much energy to the city, because as my colleague Councilmember Funk said, this is a lot of work. And so I was happy for you in that sense. And then just knowing the loss of expertise and skill and institutional knowledge and everything that you bring to this. And I've said this before, but you were the one who really taught me the real importance of public engagement and really listening to people. You model that so beautifully. And I've seen you time and time again, like the decisions you make, you're always, like what's always in the back of your mind is the people, the citizens, the residents that you serve. And I'm truly grateful to have known you. We met, I want to say 2007, 2008. I remember we're sitting here in my living room in 2008, and we get this big, huge boom, and it feels like like an earthquake, and it was an oak tree limb that had fallen. And so we've been through a lot of things together, and I've appreciated your support and your mentorship. And I know that I'm where I am much because of the role model that you've been. So I thank you for your friendship and your leadership, and you will be greatly missed.
Thank you so much to all of you. Well, in life, everything has a beginning and an end, and the time has come for me to move on. I wish all of you the very best in the future, and know that the city of Atascadero is in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke, I think we do have a couple of members of the public that would like to weigh in. Do you have them on the line?
Yes, we have a couple callers and at least one in the webinar. Our first caller that would like to comment is Debbie Arnold.
And I have the...
Okay, hi everybody. I first want to congratulate Charles and Mark and Heather on being sworn into office. I was listening through that, and I really enjoyed Rochelle's presentation and kind of some background on Roberta. And I want to add to that real quick. You know, my husband always told me over all these many years, he loved sitting next to Roberta in school because she was the smartest girl in class, no matter what the class was. So, yeah. Anyway, I have a resolution here to read from the Board of Supervisors. But first thing I want to, on behalf of me and my entire family, Roberta, I just want to thank you for all you've done for the city of Atascadero, and I give you a lot of credit. The place that we all love and enjoy today, you've been there for a long time making all that happen. So thank you for everything. And with that, I'd like to read this resolution recognizing Roberta Fonzie for her exemplary service to San Luis Obispo County. Whereas Roberta Fonzie, upon the completion of her duties as council member for the city of Atascadero, is deserving of special public recognition and the highest commendation. Whereas Roberta first served the city as a planning commissioner for over 10 years, with at least 2 terms as chair, bringing her knowledge of land use, tax policy, and real estate to benefit Atascadero's residents. And whereas with a background in business, finance, and education, Roberta's had a keen interest in promoting local businesses and accountability in government. And whereas Roberta was elected to Atascadero City Council in 2008 and served the city as mayor in 2010, she's been passionate about including the public in the governmental process and has been a strong promoter of creating a business-friendly climate with improved job opportunities for local residents. And whereas, and this was actually a piece that was read by Rochelle, but I loved it, so I'll repeat a little bit. Whereas early in her career in local politics, Roberta promised that she would work her hardest to preserve Atascadero's unique quality of life, heritage, and rural lifestyle, and never to forget she served the public. And throughout the past 22 years of service to the community, she's never wavered on those promises, and I can sure attest to that, serving on boards with Roberta. She still believes her greatest achievement is serving our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered that the Board of Supervisors, County of San Luis Obispo, State of California, does hereby recognize Roberta Fonzie for her commendable service to San Luis Obispo County and wishes her continued success in her retirement from the City of Atascadero City Council. So, again, Roberta, thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie.
Luke, do you want to bring on our next speaker?
Yes, our next caller is Jeff Oslin.
To try to overturn the outcome of the election, this makes its way to the United States Supreme Court. And
Roberta,
we're getting.
This is Jeff Oslin. Sorry, Roberta, Jeff Oslin, resident here for a very long time, business owner and so many businesses. I think. One of the things that was missed in all of your praise is what you have really done for the city of Atascadero. On half the committees that you were on, you fought very hard to preserve septic rights, water rights, and all the things that belong to our city. Behind the scenes, you were on so many committees and did so much to fight our wonderful state of California to preserve the way of life. And I want you to know that we all appreciate that so very much, and you will be missed, and it will be very hard for anybody to fill your shoes in what you have done for the city for longer than 20 years, because I know you've been doing it for a very long time. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
It's not actually just filed by peanuts.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. And I think somehow we have Jerry Seabach in the background, so there's some something that hasn't been muted. Luke, maybe you can help us out with that. Do we have someone else wishing to speak and say goodbye to Roberta? Well, not goodbye, but toodaloo, right? Thank you.
Yes, we have Tom O'Malley who would like to say a few words in the webinar. And if there's anybody else in the webinar that would like to speak on to Roberta or any other item, please raise your hand in the webinar. Here's Tom.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you, Tom.
I do want to begin by acknowledging Councilwoman Funk and Newsom. I think you both have done a great job, and I appreciate your service on council. Mark Derez, service on the Planning Commission, Kiwanis. I have known you for many years, and very pleased you ran for council and got elected, and I know you're going to do an outstanding job. Charles Barbeau, no surprise you got reelected. And again, long history of service, and your background with finance is very much needed in our community, so I'm glad to see you back. Now, I was a little disappointed in Heather Moreno. I told her this. I was hoping I'd be known as one of the best mayors ever, and within her first term, she has done an outstanding job. And my mayoral theme the first time I was mayor, I believe in 2006, was to be positive, proactive, and productive. And Heather, you have modeled those and taken the baton and gone farther. I really appreciate your service. It was a tough campaign, but you stayed above the fray and were positive, proactive, and productive, and look forward to you continuing on. Roberta Fonzie, it's been a long time since you first moved to town as a newcomer to me in 1956, having been there about 6 years ahead of time. But I've known you all through high school, and so many things have been said. Of course, you were just always a very nice person, and I've known you through the years. I think Jeff Oslin touched on, it's tough to go towards the end and all the good things have been said, but it's very true. You are known for your hard work and always being well prepared for everything you've done, and it has made a tremendous difference in the fights you've won for local control. I think, as was mentioned, I think especially on the water issues, I know you take some pride in really holding the ground there for our water, and truly no one really appreciates the range of things you've been involved with behind the scenes that have been such a benefit to our community. I'm very proud of you as one of your longtime friends, but look forward to seeing you get a little bit of a rest and having a little time with family and hopefully with friends, because we'd love to see more. So with that, I just want to do a heartfelt thank you for your service, Roberta. I'm proud of you. I admire you as a person, and so thankful for the service you've provided our community. Thank you all, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me a chance to share.
Nice to hear from you, Tom. Thank you. Luke, do we have anyone else in the webinar or on the phone that would like to speak?
We do not at this time.
All right. Well, Roberta, go enjoy a glass of wine or something. You're muted right now. Can't hear you. I think we've got, can you unmute her, Luke?
Yeah, she shows as unmuted on my side.
Again.
There we go.
No?
Yep. Okay, now we're not hearing.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Oh, okay. Thank
Okay,
you
now
all
we hear
so
you.
much.
Now we hear you.
I appreciate all the support and the kind words. You guys will do a great job. Okay, well, adios.
Thank you, Roberta. Good night. that is the end of an era. And now we welcome the fresh voice of Mark Darris. So welcome, Mark, to City Council, and we all look forward to working with you to further the cause of our great city. So with that, we will move on to our City Council reorganization, to the council appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau.
Yes, as the current Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to, at this time, nominate Councilmember Newsom to serve as our Mayor Pro Tem for the next 2 years.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. We have well, I should ask Councilmember Newsom, are you amenable to that?
I am. Thank you. I'm very honored for that. It's big shoes to fill, Charles.
Well, with that, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau and a second by Councilmember Darris. Roll call, please.
I guess it now would be Councilmember Bourbeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Darris.
Yes.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
And Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we are on to updates from the city manager, Ms. Rickard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Let me get my screen up. Okay, is that showing? Yes. Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is the Holiday Trail of Lights and the lighting contestant winners. So our new 2020 Trail of Lights Holiday Lighting Contest winners have been announced, and you can find the entire listing along with a map to all the beautifully decorated homes and businesses in town at visitatascadero.com/holiday-lights. Be sure to drive by the prize-winning homes and yards located on Via del Sueno, Ferrocarril, San Anselmo Road, and Calle Refugio, along with a host of other people that have submitted wonderful things to have their homes be in the Holiday Trail of Lights. This is a great COVID-friendly thing to do. Get in the car with your family, drive around at some amazing light displays that we have here in town. And be sure you don't miss the display at 5690 Traffic Way, which was awarded the best overall light display. So everybody has to go take a drive by that. We also had a downtown business lighting contest, and those winners are, first place was Morgesti Salon, second place was Anna and Mom, third place was the Rock Contour Room, and honorable mention was the Artery. When you're out shopping or just getting out of the house for a while, be sure to check out all the homes. And we sincerely thank everyone who participated in our 2020 lighting contest and for sharing your beautiful work with the entire community. Also want to tell you a little bit about a new business that's in town. So Bloke Outfitters at 5908 Entrada Avenue. It's a new and unique men's clothing and more retail store. It's located in downtown Atascadero. Retail is still open at 20%, but it is still open. So please go by and check out Bloke. Oops. I want to remind everybody, because this is the last meeting that we'll have in December, but we'll do a big public outreach. So if you don't get these dates tonight, don't worry. We'll be pushing these out in early January after the holidays. But there are a lot of Measure D20 public outreach meetings that will be occurring between now and early February. So first of all, thank you to Atascadero voters for passing our sales tax measure on the November ballot. We want to ensure public participation and that residents have plenty of opportunity to have their voice heard regarding how these additional funds should be spent. We are holding a series of 10 meetings, 9 study sessions and the kickoff. And as I said, we're trying to hold them at different dates and times throughout January so that everybody can attend at least one event. The dates are also on the city website under latest news. And I also want to make sure that everybody gets the date for strategic planning on their calendar. So everybody in the public, please, we would like you to help participate in strategic planning. That is scheduled for February 19th and 20th, specific times still to come. But for right now, get that on your calendar along with one of these meetings. At this time, it is more likely than not that all of these meetings will be virtual, but we will try a lot of different formats so we can get the most participation. We want to hear from you. So we do have that going on. And I want to let the public know that the Charles Paddock Zoo is temporarily closed to the public. Zoos were one of the things that the governor did close down. So it is in conformance with the latest stay-at-home order. The health and safety of our zoo guests, staff, and animals are our top priorities. Don't worry, essential zoo employees will continue to work and care for our animals and the facilities while we are closed to the public. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rickard. Do we have any questions by the council? Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
I'm going to get used to that, I think. Are these meetings for the D20, is council going to be present at that, or have we determined how we're going to break that up?
We were not necessarily, the council does not need to attend these. We will be recording the information and doing other things. We do need to be careful of making sure that we're doing everything that's very transparent. So the idea is to get a lot of public feedback. We will be doing, if there's a large group, we will be doing small group breakouts and some of those types of things. So we are working through all that. Okay. But I think council is welcome to attend a few of them for sure.
Be similar to Talk on the Block?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Rickard. Excellent report. And really thank you to city staff who has done a really tremendous job throughout COVID of doing these virtual events. Terry, with, I know a lot of support and help that went into this, but doing the trail of lights and how much fun people had, and Friday night and the honking in the cars and kind of having fun with that. And then of course the reindeer that were out front. First time I've ever fed a reindeer in my life, so that was kind of exciting. Just such a nice time for people to be able to do some things that are distanced and safe and still in that holiday spirit. So thank you to our staff. And now we are on to Community Forum. Community Forum is reserved for persons that are wanting to address the City Council on any matter that is not on our agenda tonight, but over which the Council has jurisdiction. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and we have a maximum of 30 minutes that will be allowed for Community Forum. Please know we do have the timer turned on, and go ahead and state your name for the record before you start. And with that, I will go to Luke and see if we have any members of the public on the webinar or the phone who are wishing to speak.
At the moment, we have one caller, Jeff Oslin.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Congratulations. And also, Mark, congratulations for being elected and serving our community on City Council now. The only thing I'd like to say to our city staff, city manager, and council is I hope you have a blessed holiday season, stay safe, and hopefully we get a better year next year. That's it. Thank you.
And to you too, Mr. Oslin. Thank you. Luke, do we have anyone on the phone or on the webinar?
We have no one else wishing to speak on this item.
Okay. And I will turn to our city clerk, Ms. Christensen. Do we have any email that was received to be read into the record?
We do not.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. The public comment portion, community forum portion of the meeting is now closed. Thank you, Mr. Oslin, for your comments. And if there's a member of the public who has questions or needs information, you can contact the city clerk's office for answers and specific information at 805-470-3400 or cityclerk@atascadero.org. Know that if you can't make one of these meetings, there are always ways to get a hold of us and get the information that you need. So now we are on to item C1, the tentative parcel map, 2930-2945 Ramona Road. And I will start with any ex parte communication. I'll go from my screen left to right. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, any ex parte?
No ex parte.
Councilmember Borbo?
No, no ex parte.
Councilmember Funk?
No ex parte.
Councilmember Darris?
The only ex parte, I suppose, I saw this at the planning commission level, is the only thing.
Okay, thank you. And I have none myself. I will turn this over to our Community Development Director, Mr. Phil Dinsmore.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. This is a tentative parcel map and road abandonment that we did look at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council approve these particular actions. I'm gonna get to showing my screen here. Can you see my screen there? Is that the right? It's not. Okay, let's try. There we go. Can we see that presentation there?
No.
No.
Okay, let's try that again. Bear with me for just a moment here.
Sure thing.
Try that one. Is that working?
Now you're getting closer.
Getting closer, but not quite there.
It's sort of looks like we see it's kind of cut off on the right hand side a little bit, but
get that all the way up there.
Let's see how see how it goes.
Let's see, just a second here.
Can you put it in full screen mode?
Yeah, I'm trying to reach that screen. It won't let me get back to that screen. I'll get there in just a moment.
It's just kind of the right corner. You might want to see if you continue. Does it cut off more than we can see, or because it's just sort of the city seal that gets cut off on the right hand side there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to minimize my screen and it seems to be locked up here. Oh, here we go. Got it. Hang on just a second. My device had locked up there for a moment.
Perfect.
There we go. All right. You see the whole thing now, finally?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Apologize for the delay. So what we're looking at here is 2930 and 2945 Ramona Road. The entire situation really is correcting a historical situation where the road was constructed outside of the right-of-way. But at the same time, the property owners are requested to move some lot lines around and also create a new lot through a minor subdivision. Pretty straightforward. In fact, we wouldn't be at the City Council this evening if this did not involve right-of-way. The Planning Commission has already taken action, and typically a minor subdivision such as this where we create one lot would only require the Planning Commission's action. But as you can see in this map, this is a pretty good map of how this situation is working. The road itself, the actual road that we drive on Ramona Road through this location, is actually built in a different location than where the right-of-way is. And we have a lot of this throughout the city where you get things that were done a long time ago and we didn't have the engineering to provide us the details of exactly where the road should have been. They're also taking advantage of the situation to do a lot line adjustment with this map. So they're basically correcting some lot lines so they can create sufficient area to also do a future lot, to create another lot that could be usable for a house in the future. So here's an image just of that lot and the road abandonment dedication, moving this, I'll call it a road easement over to the existing road, thereby giving essentially the property back to the property owners for their use on this property, but not really physically changing anything on the site today. And again, creating the space where they can create one more parcel. That parcel meets the standards for minimum lot size standards for our city standards. And we can make the findings easily for the subdivision to meet those requirements and for the abandonment where those findings can be made to what we call abandon that excess right away, essentially fixing its historical situation. So a recommendation from the Planning Commission tonight is that City Council adopt a draft resolution, which would include the abandonment and the parcel map consistent with the conditions of approval. We do have findings in your staff report, and at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
It's pretty clear cut. Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this item up to public comment. Luke, do we have any callers on the phone or the webinar wishing to speak on this item?
Yeah, so we have one caller, Dennis Schmidt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Schmidt. We can hear you, yes.
Good evening and Merry Christmas to everybody, council people and staff. I apologize for this because I a little bit myopic in thinking about the hearing tonight and neglected to remember that the appointments of the new members and the retirement of Roberta Fonzie. And I would like to please make a comment to Roberta that she has served our city well, has been a great advocate for our city, and I thank you. And then to Mayor Marino and to Mark DeRiz and Charles Burbold, congratulations for your re-election or your election to the City Council. I just want to make a note that Mark has a great comment about his last name. And so just remember that there is a Santa Claus, and that's how you know how to pronounce his last name.
That sounds great. So I'll ask you, are you calling on this particular item?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am the agent for Vicki and Nicholas Miller, and on this hearing item, and on their behalf, I support the Planning Commission's recommendation and the conditions, and encourage the council to adopt the draft resolution that's in your packet. And I'm here to answer any questions that any member might have about this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt, and thank you for your kind words. Let's see, do we have anyone else, Luke, in the webinar or on the phone that would like to speak on this item?
We do not.
Thank you. And I'll ask our city clerk, Ms. Christensen, if we have any emails that have been received on this item.
None have been received on this item.
Okay, thank you. Well, the public comment period is now closed, and I will bring this back for council comments or a motion.
This looks incredibly logical. I can't tell you if you're pointing to me or not, but.
Oh, that's true, right? I think so yes, Council Member Funk, please.
Right. You were pointing to Phil on my screen.
Right. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. This all looks incredibly logical, so I would move approval of this. I would move approval of the draft recommendation as laid out by the staff.
I'll second.
Wonderful. We have a motion by Council Member Funk and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Darris?
Yes.
Councilmember Borbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And now we are on to item C2. This is the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Draft Recommendations. And I will first ask if we have any ex parte. If anyone could just kind of let me know, raise your hand if you've got ex parte. Seeing none, we will go ahead and hand this over to Mr. DeBar.
Thank you, Mayor Moreno. Good evening, City Council members. Let's see. Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
So a little background on Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG, as we call them. Atascadero does participate along with the other local agencies and cities in the county, including the county. We're considered an urban county program. It is locally administered by Slow County Planning Department. And then CDBG block grants, the block grants are actually a federal program funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. These block grants are really an annual program for various activities, but these activities must meet one of the three following criteria. They need to benefit low and moderate income persons. They need to aid in the prevention or elimination of blight, and then also address urgent needs that pose a serious and immediate threat to the health or welfare of the community. These we used to get a lot more money with these block grants, and then over the last 5 to 10 years they've kind of dwindled down, and that's on the federal level that they haven't been programmed as much. So this year, pretty similar to what we've gotten in the last few years. There's an estimated, and these aren't set numbers. So right now, these are estimated numbers. Set number will come early in the first quarter of 2021, and the City Council will make a final recommendation. So tonight is a draft recommendation. In March, this item will come back as, once we have final numbers and the cities and the counties all make their draft recommendations are compiled by the county. And then we kind of have a better number of what the final allocation will be. But we're estimating that for 2021, it'll be $144,792. And then the draft recommendations that are made tonight will be adjusted proportionally to whatever the council recommends at the end of this item. A little breakdown, just to remind everyone, there's three different areas that the block grant covers. There's the first and the largest portion is the public facilities and housing projects. So these are really land use type of applications that are received, really relating to not land use, but real property, including acquisition, design, construction, rehabilitation, or installation of public improvements. They can also be private improvements for nonprofits as well. And then the public services, well, the public facilities, that's at least 65% of that total allocation. And that breaks down to $94,115 based on that estimated total. Public services, there's a max or a cap of 15% that can be used towards these programs. And these are really a wide range of public service activities, including but not limited to employment services, crime prevention, childcare, health services, substance abuse services, fair housing, counseling, and recreational services. And then the last is administration. Since this is a federal program and part of HUD, you can imagine there's a lot of oversight, a lot of reporting, a lot of administration costs that go with it. So there's a maximum or cap of 20% of that total allocation that can be spent on these activities, and that equates to $28,958 this year. And the county has a standard share that they take 13%. So that's kind of a set amount. The county actually, the city used to do this alone, and then, it became logical that the county should take the lead. and they advertise for the applications and they compile them, and they do a lot more than the city, the activities that the city used to do. So that $18,823 is kind of a set amount. So here are the applications that were received by the city this year. The city council hopefully got a little packet with all the applications in it. There's a lot more detail than what I'll present tonight. But the public facilities and housing projects, there were 4 applications received. The city of Atascadero, which, you know, in the past we've, you know, the city has always usually been chipping away at accessibility and sidewalk and ADA barrier removals. And this year there's one down on the Viejo Camino that is being proposed. It's to add sidewalk to 2 different portions, and in the packet there's a sketch of where those are, but one would be along the south side from El Camino, basically down to the bus stop that the RTA has for scheduled, and a pull out for that. And then also another piece that's right across the street, down a couple, 100 feet, that has a connection to Paloma Park, and is just a kind of little missing link from a lot of folks use this area from the nearby apartment complexes and to go to the park and to use public transportation. And that's for $110,000. The second one was from Family Care Network Inc. This would be for the Sabria transition housing for $35,000. This would be to add cabinets and some other interior improvements to that. That facility is actually on Sabria Avenue. So, and then People Self, and that was for $35,000. People Self-Help Housing. This is for Del Rio Ridge. This is a rather large project that they're working on right now up on El Camino, just south of between Del Rio and San Benito. They did have some other grants that they applied to that did not come through, so they are requesting $144,792 towards this project. And then the last one is the Salvation Army for permanent supportive housing. They didn't really have an amount, but I believe they were requesting total from the county-wide, and I'll have another slide that shows all the requests to the county. But they're looking at $300,000 total, and this would be to be used for, buying housing and then housing homeless folks in that housing. And then public services, we received 5 applications. The first one, as always, the city has a youth activity scholarship for $12,500. I might add that these funding cycle would begin July 1st of 2021. So right now we're in the 2020. So this would be 2021, beginning July 1st of next year. These youth activity scholarships are for, low income or disadvantaged children or youth that want to participate in various recreational activities such as soccer or baseball or whatever. This year we actually not being able to run the program, that we have in the community center being closed and everything. There's an amount that was reduced and was given to Echo, just a minor amount of, I believe $6,000 that went over there, just because the city's not going to be able to use it, and these need to be expended by the end of the fiscal year. So we knew that we weren't going to be able to expend that based on the shutdown and everything else that's been going on. Echo also made a request for $13,000. This is top, for their ongoing operations. Court-appointed special advocates for foster child intervention made a request for $9,500. 5 Cities Homeless Coalition made a request for $2,200 for substance payments and homeless assistance. Then People Self-Help Housing made a request for $14,825 for county supportive housing program. And then that last area, there's the administration. This is a limited to, so cap. The county does, has kind of a non-negotiable 13% that they request. So the total applications received, total $363,772, which is more than the roughly just under $145,000 that we are estimating is available. I might add to that there is a minimum funding amount of, and this is aggregate between all the cities and the county, that they make a request that the county requires at least $8,000 towards any of these programs to be a valid funding. So this next table shows the county-wide, all the cities, the counties, and I apologize, this might be a little tough to read on here, but of the applications that the city received, and then those same applications that, from those applicants that they made requests to other cities in the county. So you can see in the public facilities and housing projects area, there was the Family Care Network, which is at Sombrilla Transitional Housing, made a request of $35,000 to the county. And then People Self-Help for Del Rio Ridge, they also made a request of for Title 29 and some home funds as well. That's not the CDBG, but pretty substantial amount of $147,593 and $950,000. And then the Salvation Army countywide $300,000. And I've been told, and I'm not sure, I can't recall if it's in the application, but they have indicated that if they get that, there's a private donor that's offered to match that amount if they can get it. Public services, this usually is, these applicants usually apply to various other cities. So you can see ECHO made a request to the city of Paso Robles for $12,000 and the county for $40,000. Coin Ported or CASA also made a request of $2,500, not only the city, but AG, Paso, City of SLO, and $5,000 to the county. 5 Cities Homeless Coalition made a request of $13,455 to AG, $900 to Morro Bay, $3,500 to Paso. Pismo was $5,455 and City of SLO $3,500, and then the county $60,000. Then People Self-Help for the SLO County Supportive Housing Program also made a request to the City of Morro Bay for $8,637, Paso $3,707, Pismo $8,000, City of SLO $16,809, and then the county $17,215. And again, the aggregate that all the cities and county combined to each of these is only a viable allocation if it totals at least $8,000. And I do not have, not all the cities have made their draft recommendations. And so I don't have that information offhand tonight, but there's usually, that's the opportunity to have final recommendations at the end too. So everybody seems to get a little bit, it seems like, at the end of the day. So with that, I know I can take any questions, but the recommendation tonight is for council to develop and adopt the draft funding recommendations for the 2021 CDBG funds. And we did send an email to all the applicants earlier this afternoon to let them know, gave them a link to the website and or to participate in the meeting and let them know this was going to be considered tonight. And if they may be able, some of them, the applicants might be able to answer some of the specific questions in their applications that maybe I may not be able to answer fully. So with that, Mayor Moreno, I can take any questions council has.
Thank you, Director. Could you go back to the previous screen? I just want to ask a couple of logistical things that might be on some of our minds. No, the next one. Yeah, that one there. So the City of Atascadero, I think what I understand is we had allocated $11,565 from the prior year that would have started July 1 of this year to be allocated to scholarships. Clearly, we're not using that. So then since July 1, I think in September, we took 5,000 of that and gave that to ECHO.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've got 6325 left that should activities resume, say in the spring, that would be available for those families, people with low income that would need support to participate in youth activities. And if not used by, I think, the end of May, we could then either allocate it to another one of the public services or to a public facilities project. Is that correct?
That is correct. So public facilities, we can usually allocate that more to, and looks like the city manager is going to weigh in on this one. So thank you, Rochelle.
Sorry, let me just make a quick correction. If we don't spend it by May and we don't reallocate it to another public services before May and they have to spend it by May, we can only reallocate to a public facilities. So the only time we can allocate to another public services is if they will spend it before the same May deadline. After that, anything in that balance has to go to a public facilities.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. And then one other question I had in this, for the accessibility and barrier removal project, the Viejo Camino, I would ask our director, what would we, depending on where the council goes, I know sometimes these projects, I think the cost of this project would even be, higher than what's available, but is a partial allocation helpful? Can the city move forward with something if they didn't have the entire allocation? I'm curious, when we get to the point of deliberating, what does that look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. And you can see that there's 94,000 that we're estimating to be available. We estimated that project at 110,000. I'm happy to report, that we have a pre-con for the Traffic Way CDBG project next week. So we have our contractor on board. The city council made that award, I believe, last meeting. So we are moving ahead with that. And that project right now, it's a larger project and it took a couple of years of allocations to fund it. I'm happy to report it's looking like we're maybe potentially up to $50,000 that we might be able to reallocate from the Traffic Way sidewalk project. So yeah, so I think if the council wanted to wanted to partially allocate money to the city's project, not fully, that 94,000, it looks like we'll have some other funds from the Traffic Way, some remaining funds from the Traffic Way CDBG project that could be reallocated to the Viejo Camino project. And it
also seemed like Viejo Camino had two pieces to it. Like, could one be done and then the other could be done in another cycle, or? Sure,
yeah, the one could be done in one cycle or another, but usually they like seeing that done together as one project. Okay. So it is something that we could maybe wait and see if the Santa Rosa sidewalk project, which is now fully funded, and we'll start working on that this winter and put that out. We should hopefully know by this, well, we'll know by this time next year if there's any remaining funds on that one too. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think if the council desired not to fund one of the other applicants, I believe we have some other remaining funds that can be reallocated. And we usually have, just to remind council, usually the city does not use all the administrative costs either. So we usually reallocate those smaller amounts to the public facilities.
Okay, thank you, Director. And just to the public, we go through this every year, and it's so challenging because you can see there's a very little bit of money that comes in and a very large need, and we're trying to balance all of these and to see where best to put the funds to do the most good. So here we are again. I will look to my council members to see if there are any questions. We'll probably get some of those answered during community forum, I would assume, with some of the input we might receive, but any questions in the meantime? Councilmember Borbo.
Yes, it's kind of a follow-on to your question, Mayor. Nick, I kind of started from the same premise, but I wanted clarification. So your project's projected at 110, there's only 94 available. Let's say there were no leftover funds available from the Traffic Way project or the Santa Rosa project. What would you do? Would you just wait for another year to get enough money to fund the full project? That's what we've done in the past, right?
Yeah, and that's what I would suggest we end up doing on that one. So a year from now, if we don't have any remaining funds from either one of those projects, what I would say is, we might make a request to, say if it's short 25,000, we might make a request for 25,000 towards that project.
So what if you, what if we said, no, we want to make sure this project happens, but if there's enough leftover funds from, let's say, traffic or the Santa Rosa project to get us to 110 for this Viejo Camino project, and there's still some more left over, we'd be willing to give that to one of the other applicants, but only if there's leftover from, the city projects. Is that an allowable thing to do?
It is, and it would have to be in the public facilities and housing project sector. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then on the Viejo Camino project, I was a little confused. I actually went down there and checked it out, even though I'm familiar with the area from another proposed project. On this map that's in the big packet you gave us, but was not in the agenda, I don't know if you have that available to show up on the screen. All of us got it in our individual folders, but the public wouldn't be able to see it unless you can put it up on the screen. This shows the bulk of the project is on it extends essentially from where there's that market at the corner, has sidewalk on it, and it extends, it appears almost the length of that property there, and not quite to the property line where the geodesic dome house is. Normally, if this property were to be developed by the private property owner, they would be responsible for the curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and in this case, having a wide spot for the bus stop, that sort of thing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, and so I guess the question would be to Phil is, what I'm concerned about is that we spent $110,000 on this project, and a year from now, somebody comes in with a proposal to build something on there. So I guess I have a question to Mr. Dunsmore to clarify that the zoning of that property and whether or not there's ever been any, in the last 2 or 3 years, anything proposed or talked about for that particular property. Because we all know there was something proposed on the neighboring property that would have required curb, gutter, and sidewalk. But has there been anything proposed for that particular property?
Director Dunsmore, are you available to come online? He's like, CDBG, I'm not going to be needed for this.
Yeah, I think he went to eat dinner or something.
Well, let's,
We'll come back
why
to
don't we
that
come back
question.
to that one?
So I can maybe answer it. I have not seen any applications come in on that property. However, right next door is that hexagon or octagon house. And that is, that would be, there has been an application, an active application right now, on that property. But I do not recall the one right next to it. And I apologize. I was going to grab this and I couldn't find that. I couldn't find that exhibit, so I'm going to keep looking for it as we get questions here.
Okay, and I realize that actually some of my other questions are on the public services piece, not the public facility piece. And Mayor, we're just talking about the public. We're talking about the facility.
No, we can talk about any of it. I imagine that probably some of them may have written or be calling in, but yeah, no, you can ask any questions.
Okay. And then, so you answered my question about we could fund one of the others with leftover money if leftover money came available. Okay, on Salvation Army, they do not have a location. Nobody knows where this potentially would occur in terms of what city within the county or even outside a city where their proposed acquisition would occur. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we don't know that it would be in Atascadero, of course. In fact, there'd be like, roughly speaking, there'd be a 1 out of 7 chance it would be in Atascadero.
Or 1 out of 8 when you consider county.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably true. And I'm not sure with their ongoing operations or any of that either. It's kind of I believe a newer thing that they're looking into, and hopefully one of their representatives, maybe tuned in and can answer those questions. So we don't know what that would be.
Okay, and then I think the rest I'm good on the rest for now. So thank you. I might have some more questions. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Funk.
Yes, I have questions on a number of these, and please feel free to defer those questions to the applicants if you prefer. But let me start with the one from the city of Atascadero. Are there other potential sources of funding for the bus shelter?
There are actually this is a Viejo Camino sidewalk project. So what that would be funding wouldn't be a bus shelter per se. It's just kind of the curb gutter sidewalk and then the bus pullout for that property. There are transit funds that are available for capital. And I would believe there would be some additional funding that we could make a request for FTA or some of those funds. 5307 funds are usually towards operations, but for the transit services. But we could seek to build those out. I'm not sure offhand if I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I would hope that they would build and fund that whole sidewalk, but I do know that they would fund that pullout and the sidewalk and the pad and the bus shelter. Our application does not include a bus shelter for that, just the curb gutter sidewalk and road widening.
Okay, so so the city's proposal is that to lay the foundation for that shelter or get it ready, but you would be seeking other funding for the shelter itself.
Yes.
Okay. And I see Director Dunsmore on. Madam Mayor, did you want to redirect the prior question to him first?
Sure. Councilmember Borbo had a question with regards to the Viejo Camino and if there's any activity on that property, because the property owner, if they wanted to come forward and do something, would be responsible for doing sidewalks, curbs, gutter, and we wanted to make sure you didn't see something on the horizon that we would be expending public funds on that would soon be, privately built.
There is a property where the proposal is still moving forward with the storage project, and that is slated to go back to the design review committee and possibly back to planning commission early next year. And that would include the property that has a geodesic dome on it right there. And that project would trigger full frontage improvements, accessible curb ramp, driveway access. But that wouldn't go as far as the commercial property on the corner with the market or beyond the scope of the frontage of that property. But it's a pretty big property. It does include a couple of lots. So that is a potential if that project is successful through the entitlement process.
Phil, specifically the question also, my understanding when we reviewed the proposed storage project back a year plus ago and is coming forward now through DRC, that it includes the geodesic dome house property and yes, on this slide here, and then farther over. Isn't this property though where the sidewalk, where the project that we're talking about tonight is, that's a separate project, right? Doesn't that's
right. That's a different property. So it wouldn't extend that far up Viejo Camino. So now that the graphics up there, I realize that it is where the geodesic dome is and southward, not northward beyond that property line.
And so what is this property here that appears to have 3 addresses on it? Maybe it's 3 different properties. What is that zoned?
There's a boundary there between the public zone and the commercial neighborhood zone. I'd have to reflect back at the map where that boundary line is, whether that's right at the geodesic dome or whether it goes another property in.
I
think our city manager has a.
Yeah.
There we go.
I was able to look it up while you guys were speaking. It does go all the way to the geodesic dome property. So the commercial neighborhood is everything north of the geodesic zone, geodesic dome, and everything south is public. The geodesic dome down south.
And so Phil, on this particular piece of property, which is commercial neighborhood, or maybe maybe it's got 3 addresses, maybe it's 3 properties. Has there been any activity on that property? Anybody inquiring of you, floating ideas or anything like that?
No.
In the last few years?
Nothing in the works.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Funk.
Thank you for adding that. With the moving on to some of the other projects, with the People Self-Help Housing Project, are they still awaiting to acquire that property, or do they have the funds for the property and they're looking to get enough funds to build it? My understanding was that they were now in possession of that property, but the application wasn't necessarily consistent with that.
I don't know if their escrow has actually closed on the property. I can't verify that for you. I do know that they were in contract on the property. And as you know, they do have approved plans on the property and they're slowly moving forward, even with their construction drawings. But in terms of the close of escrow, I can't verify that, whether that did occur.
Okay. And do we know where they are on putting together the total funding package? I mean, we can see in the analysis slide that's up there that there are several other pieces of this. And my understanding is that is typical, right, for this kind of a project, that you kind of have to put the funding together like a patchwork quilt from a variety of sources.
Absolutely. It takes quite a bit of time. That's why they're looking for a commitment from the city, because that continues to accelerate their funding process on their end. I know that they did miss one of the cycles and they're having to push forward and look for other funding, which People Self-Help Housing is very experienced in doing that. They're usually very successful, but they're continuing to move forward with that. And this is just one more piece of that puzzle that gets some additional points towards their final grants.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I can have just a moment to plug in my laptop so that it doesn't go dark on us.
Yes, and then I would ask Director DeBar, I'm kind of seeing 3 screens. I'm kind of seeing like PowerPoint and your desktop and then the PowerPoint again. I don't know if you can kind of collapse it all together into one screen.
How about that? Sorry.
Now we don't see anything, but there we go. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilmember Funk, back to you.
This is a little goofy because when you're selecting different screens, it kind of highlights it, but then you get, yeah, it's goofy. Thank you.
We're all doing the best we can. I get it.
Well, thanks. At least I had time to plug my laptop back in so I don't suddenly go dark on you. Okay, so do we know where they are on the largest chunk that they were looking for in the money here on this line was from the county of San Luis Obispo? Do we know if that's coming through or not?
We do not. I do not have that information as of right now. Usually the county, they seem to go last on these. They let the cities go first, and then they kind of, try to make everybody get a little piece of the pie. So I don't think the county has done that, but I don't know for a fact.
Okay, maybe the applicant can enlighten us on where they think they are on that, if the applicant is on the line later on. One consideration, that this is money that has a timeline to be spent. So if we were to give funding to people self-help, and we don't have everything that they're asking for, but if we gave that, if we were to award that section of funds to people self-help, do we have confidence that they would be able to spend it on this project to move this project forward in the time frame required?
It's a large project, and we have been, they do have an application in. We've been reviewing their plans. They've got the buildings designed. They've got public improvements. They've been very, they're very far along in their design process with their plans. So we do know that they are forging ahead, and as Phil mentioned, that they are very savvy in finding grant money. I don't know, that might be a good question for Director Dunsmore to answer.
And I think really I'm going to punt that to people self-help housing if they are on the phone tonight to really get into that level of detail in terms of that question.
Okay. On the Family Care Network's request for the Sombrio property, they're looking for a rebuild of kitchen and bathroom for a facility. Is this potentially a project that might be picked up by the Kiwanis Club or a coalition of local organizations once we're able to congregate together again and work together on this kind of thing?
Oh, absolutely. That's entirely up to the Kiwanis if they want to help them out. But yeah, absolutely. That's it's a little different application than what we've received in the past for public facilities. It still seems to qualify for that, but it is more of an interior improvements for those that housing. But yes, I think the Kiwanis, if they chose to do that, either in kind with labor and other things or funding, I think a couple of council members might be on the Kiwanis. They might want to weigh in on that question.
Yeah, but I would be pleased later on to hear from my colleagues involved in Rotary and Kiwanis who might wish to weigh in on whether this is a doable deal. And I would certainly be happy to contribute my labor on that. Also, with regard to that particular request, can we talk about how, this is a transitional housing. I know it has got a couple of years time frame as opposed to ECHO's shorter time frame. Other than that, do we have any information on how this dovetails with the transitional housing that ECHO does? How does it complement or work with what ECHO is doing in transitional housing?
And I might punt that one to the applicant if they are. hopefully
Yeah.
they're on.
That would be fine. I thought you might want to do that. Okay.
And just a quick note, if our applicants are on and listening, please be taking note of some of these questions that you can address in your comment period.
Yes. And then I saw that we had my question with regard to the 5 cities I saw was addressed by the email that they had sent for reading into the record during the meeting that we all received. So I'm good there. For the public facilities, services wise, the same question on people's self-help. If they're not yet, if they're still in the property acquisition phase, are they really in a place where they can activate that money on that property and spend it for services to people living in during the time frame that we have involved? And I'll happily float that for the applicant to respond to. Thank
you. Any other questions of staff? Complete. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Nick, you mentioned earlier that there was a minimum of 8,000 on some of the funding. Is some of these amounts that are listed on here are below, so like the 2,200 and the 2,500. What happens if the county or the other jurisdictions don't allocate the full 8?
So if you can see it, like say 5 Cities Homeless Coalition at 2,200, CASA at 2,500. But you can also see they're asking additional amounts that aggregate over $8,000. If the other, let's say if only the city were to, do a draft recommendation of 2,500 and maybe AG did, and they only got to 5,000 and then they didn't get the other 3,000 that they needed. As I mentioned, the county usually likes to do their draft recommendations last because they get the most money to allocate. And they usually try, if other cities have made those draft recommendations, they try to, make up that difference because it's usually not a big, a big jump to get to that $8,000, So usually they try to make that difference up, but if they didn't, the county would probably ask us to reallocate that at the final recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
I would to Councilmember Funk's question, when I'm looking at the people self-help housing for the public services, it says it would be used for their clinical social services, case management, wraparound, all of that for their 26 affordable rental properties within the county. So I don't think that it's for the housing here in Atascadero. I think because that's for public facilities, that's Del Rio Ridge, but for public services, that's their San Luis Obispo County supportive housing program. So that's every project they have throughout the county. Yep.
Correct.
Do we have any other questions of staff? Councilmember Borbo.
Yes, Nick, in regards to the barrier removal project at Viejo Camino, and it's called a barrier removal because we're building new things to be more ADA compliant, as I understand it. How many of those, we seem to look at one of those every year. How many of those projects do we have around the city? And the reason I'm asking is if there are other projects like that that could be considered as part of this, and this is us providing preliminary guidance, are there other projects along those lines that could be brought before us when we finalize these things? Finalize these awards?
Yeah, typically. So
we have a stack of these projects lined up, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, there's a good, dozen different locations that we have, and part of our ADA transition plan too kind of identifies a few of these. Another one, you could, I guess, typically the county likes to see applications not modified or, switched up, from when the deadline is, because there was a deadline to apply. They made an exception a couple of years ago when Echo and, the permanent housing shelter up in Paso, and they kind of, how that the public facilities was given to Echo, but that was kind of more of an emergency type of thing. They typically don't like us to switch up the application after we submit. So is it possible? Yes. Is it frowned upon? Yes. So.
Okay, I understand. I mean, because I'm concerned about us expending the money on unimproved property as opposed to, improving existing things, fixing existing things, where there would be, zero potential for expecting the property owner to rightfully do it as part of a project.
Well, I'm wondering,
I understand your answer. Yeah, I understand your answer.
I'm wondering for Councilmember Borbo's information, and maybe for all of us, we trust that there's a process that you go through to decide which ones to do. And, maybe if we just had a brief, don't go into a huge amount of detail, but a short little couple sentence synopsis on how you choose might help us to understand.
Yeah, so there was kind of a list of 6, and I don't remember all of them offhand, but a close follow-up on this one would have been doing sidewalk in front of St. William's Church. So making that connection from Ardea and then through San Marcos, basically fronting St. William's Church on Ardea there. That was one. We actually are doing a project right now. It's in design for our traffic way in Ardea down to the mall or Atascadero Avenue. And the timing wouldn't have worked out right. We would have done those improvements and then torn them up. So that was we thought, well, we can maybe get that one later. Another one was we were looking at Santa Rosa, making a connection to the elementary school, behind Champions, and there's kind of a missing sidewalk there. We actually got Safe Routes to School partially funded grant, so we're hoping the next grant cycle will get it fully funded. And then there's a number of other miscellaneous ones. Another one would be Traffic Way. There's some missing sidewalk out towards by the wine tasting room out there, just beyond that, things like that. So there's all these little pieces all around town. Del Rio, up on Del Rio, there was some missing sidewalk as well on El Camino. So this one seemed to be kind of the most ready to go, that might not be improved either by 1, a development, or 2, a capital project, or 3, some other funding like Safe Routes to School. So, as Phil mentioned, this is a commercial property that's fronting the bus stop. That's probably more likely, honestly, I would think, to have an application come in than the public zoning that is adjacent to that. So hopefully that answered the question. That's kind of the thought process in it. So, basically this one seemed to be the one that seemed to not going to be having funding or didn't have the timing for other projects, that either the city capital projects or development projects that might be completed as part of it.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, or shall we open up to public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. I will ask Luke if we have anyone on the webinar or any phone calls wishing to speak on this item.
We have no callers and no one in the webinar raising their hand.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you. I will ask Laura then to go ahead and read any emails that have come in on this item.
Okay, we have 2 emails. The first one is from Jana Nichols. Honorable Mayor and council members, I want to thank you for your consideration of our request as part of your CDBG considerations under item C2. I am unable to be with you this evening due to a prior work commitment. As such, I would like to offer this written comment regarding our request. Five Cities Homeless Coalition began its work with a focus on serving South County. As such, we have 5 cities in our name. That said, as our agency has grown over the last 11 years, we have worked to provide a breadth of services without duplication of our partners. 5CHC has strengthened its housing program to provide deposit and rental assistance with supportive services countywide for those who are homeless and facing homelessness. Working with our community partners, 5CHC receives referrals from throughout the county to assist those who are in need of deposit assistance or are striving to prevent eviction and needing rental support. Most of this financial assistance for deposit and rent is funded through CDBG and Emergency Solutions grants. This year, in addition to the CDBG funds we normally receive from the county and some cities, we have decided to apply to each jurisdiction that we serve, including the city of Atascadero. Thus far, for this grant request, we have received recommendations for funding from the county and city of Paso Robles. So there is no concern of meeting the minimum 8,000 threshold mentioned in the staff report. Our request before you this evening focuses on providing emergency subsistence assistance for those who are at risk of losing their housing and for deposit assistance to help those who are homeless to obtain housing. We couple the direct financial assistance with case planning, budget and financial coaching and other supportive services. Through 10 months of this year, we have helped 3 homeless households from Atascadero to move into housing and 1 with eviction prevention assistance, spending a total of $4,300 in direct financial assistance, apart from case management and other agency expenses. Most eviction prevention assistance has been limited this year due to the eviction moratorium. However, these numbers are expected to grow in the coming months once the moratorium is lifted in January. And while there will be some CARES Act funding available, not all families will qualify due to the COVID-related restrictions. We appreciate your staff's work in preparing this report and thank you for your consideration of our request. Should you have questions or want to learn more of our programs, please contact me. Sincerely, Jenna Nichols, Executive Director, 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. The second one is from Joanna Balsamo Lillian, I believe is how you pronounce that. Atascadero City Council members regarding the CDBG request for funding to rehabilitate family care network housing for homeless families. As we are all aware, there is a substantial and well-documented housing shortage across California and homelessness is increasing. San Luis Obispo County's desirable Central Coast location and college community make the housing crisis more acute, leaving fewer units available and pushing up prices. Stable housing is essential to ensuring that a household has the opportunity to think beyond meeting their most basic needs and thus the time and energy to focus on building skills and resources needed to maintain a family and secure their futures. Family Care Network has been providing housing for the homeless for over 17 years. Having expanded our programs as affordable housing has become scarcer in our area and homelessness has increased. Our Housing and Support Services Division currently provides supported transitional housing options for families and youth who are aging out of the foster care system, who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, both in properties we own, comprised of a total of 35 individual units, and by providing assistance on the open market. In the last fiscal year, we were able to house 114 families and 83 transitional age youth, all of whom were homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Each year, the agency as a whole serves over 250 youth and families and with an overall success rate of 90%. Our success rate is based on real life-changing results, such as homeless families or those at risk being moved to safe and stable housing, children and youth being reunited with family, and youth successfully transitioning to independent living. We are requesting funding from the city of Atascadero in order to enhance our ability to ensure that the vital housing that we are able to offer is maintained in good condition. Because it is such a limited and essential resource, it is imperative that Family Care's transitional housing properties provide quality living environments that allows our clients the freedom to work on gaining the skills that will lead them to independence. Furthermore, it is essential that the units incur minimal costs, ensuring that funds are not diverted away from direct services to maintenance and repairs, and that the units are sustainable for the long term. We recognize there are many competing goals and demands on the city, which the City Council has a difficult job of addressing, and we thank you for considering our request. And those are the only 2 requests that were received.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. And I'll ask Luke, do we have anyone else that has happened to raise their hand on the webinar or call in that would like to address us on this item?
Yes, we did have one person call in, Jeff Oslin.
Good evening once again, Council. I'd like to give my support for Family Care Network in funding. They provide a very good outreach for foster kids and at-risk youth in getting them back on their feet in a strict program and making them become productive members of society. And even if Kiwanis and Rotary could help on that with the current COVID, I think it makes it tougher for a service group to be able to do things because they're not deemed essential like contractors are. So I would be in favor of funding them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. And Luke, do we have anyone else?
We do not.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to the council. Why don't we go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet that we usually put together with the requests and kind of start going through this. I will ask, are there, before we do this, I do have one sort of comment that, you know, I'm wondering from city staff if you have seen this to be the case. I listened to a fair amount of the agenda item 38 on the Board of Supervisors meeting today because it related to economic development funds. And there was very much a push that if the county was going to be committing funds, they wanted to see that cities were committing funds, depending on, you know, whether it was something that was county-wide or specific to a jurisdiction. And so in your experience, do you see that, you know, say like a family care network where they're asking for $35,000 from the city and then $35,000 from the county, not in CDBG, but other types of funding, does that influence the county's decision? Have you seen that play out where, you know, okay, if the city gives a portion, I know you said that with public services, they're likely to up it so they get to the 8,000, so they at least get that minimum. But have you seen that to be the case in public facilities or anything else where they say, well, hey, if the city of Atascadero is willing to put in, you know, 10,000, then we'll be willing to put in this 25?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. It seems like the county, they do, as I mentioned, want to help all these applicants out. And I would say that's a fair thing. If the city were to, you know, fund a piece of that pie, they're probably more willing to fund the remainder of that pie.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I've noticed in the past on past allocations.
Okay. So, Councilmember Borbo.
Yeah. Yes, I had a question for Mr. DeBar. In regards to the Family Care Network request, first of all, I would want to clarify that, you know, these funds wouldn't be expended until at least next July, right? Where hopefully we'll all be getting vaccinated from COVID, right? In other words, the spending window for these does not occur until at least next July. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then secondly, regarding, you know, some others, you know, people helping them with their project, whether it be contractors or service clubs, that sort of thing. If we award public money to this, in this case, federally funded money to it, does it inherently become entirely a prevailing wage driven project? And what would happen if, you know, you offered a certain amount of funding, but not enough, and kind of encourage them to get some support from service clubs? And I know Home Depot likes to donate materials to these kind of projects, that sort of thing. Or is it once we, you know, offer a public dollar to this project, it's going to, you know, be done at high cost?
Yeah, so that's one of the catches and hooks with the federal funding, is it is subject to federal labor laws and prevailing wages and all of that. So, for instance, like the Family Care Network, if they, let's say if this 35,000 was for materials and labor to put it in, that should be at the labor that Davis-Bacon wages and all of those other things, and that go along with federal funding. Now, if it was to say they got a portion of that and they say, okay, we've got enough to buy, the materials from Home Depot and all that. And then like say the Kiwanis say, hey, we're going to come in, you guys get the materials and we'll come in and install everything. If Kiwanis or a contractor isn't going to charge them anything, then that's not subject to Davis-Bacon wages, from my understanding. And this is maybe something our city attorney can weigh in on as well, because these are federal dollars and they're got a lot of hooks in them.
Sure, yeah, Mr. DeBar has that right. The two things that he hit were, first, this is under the federal Davis-Bacon law, not the California prevailing wage law. Both of them do have exceptions for volunteers, but if we're not getting volunteer labor, then yes, we are going to increase the cost of labor by the roughly 30% that those two laws add to a project like this.
Thank you for that very clear answer. Thank you. Another question regarding the CASA request. The way these forms are filled out, because including their overall request, sometimes it's hard to discern what they're asking our city for. And I wanted to make sure, I thought I had read at some point that what they were requesting funding for was for lining up volunteers. But looking at it again, I'm having a hard time seeing that in it, and it sounds like it's just more for the general purpose of all of the good things CASA does, and I am very familiar with them because I was a CASA for a number of years. But it's unclear to me what the money is requested from us would actually go for.
Yeah, and I can't really answer that. I saw the application, and that's what I know also, is what you know. So I apologize for that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions before we get into our consensus building? All right. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, would you like to go first?
Sure. Okay. Don't mind my squinting as I look at the columns.
Because it is small on my screen too, I know.
It gets harder at the end of the day anyways.
Zoom in a little bit more.
Get my magnifying glass. Allocation as follows: City of Atascadero, $59,115. Family Care Network, $35,000. And then public service section, City of Atascadero, scholarships, $8,000. Echo, $9,019. Cost of the $2,500, and 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, $2,200.
And you put that under Mayor Moreno. You want to move that over one column.
I will. Sorry.
All right.
All right. And then Councilmember Borbeau.
Okay, gotta get myself off mute here. I would, let's say 79,115, or no, 74,115 there, and 20,000 for Family Care Network. And then going down, I would agree, well, I agree that 2,200 to 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. Just not sure about the CASA piece because I'm not sure what it's for. But they certainly do serve youth in our community. There's no doubt about it. So I could certainly live with the allocations as Mayor Pro Tem Newsom has described them. But before we come back to the final, I'd want, final allocations. I'd want more clarification on the CASA piece.
Councilmember Funk.
I would, I'll do the services piece first because I'm comfortable being part of this consensus. I'll point out that 5 Cities is is complementary to what ECHO is doing in serving our community. And often they're serving, you have a client who is at ECHO and needs that additional help to get out of ECHO into housing. And 5 cities may provide that link. That has happened in the past, and I'm sure will happen again. So they develop this. The various homeless agencies in the county are developing complementary expertise of necessity and also strategy, and so I'm pleased to support both. On the public facilities, I don't hear a huge sense of urgency about the Viejo Camino project, and I know we didn't have anyone on the line tonight to help us understand if the people self-help, if that piece for the people self-help will really be seminal, are they within shooting distance of actually breaking ground and doing this. If they are close to that, that facility will be really important because it's a place for people to go to get them out of the creek and into the warming center, out of the warming center into something permanent, or into ECHO and then into something permanent. And and often we're looking for housing for people who have medically compromised, they're old, they're getting SSI or very little income, and it's just very hard to find a place where they can go in this county. So that permanent supportive housing for very low-income individuals is a key piece. So I would go with the $20,000 that Council Member Bourbeau has proposed for a Family Care Network, in the hopes that we can find volunteers to make up that difference, and put the other $74,115 on People's Self-Help Housing, Del Rio Ridge.
And then you wanted to go with the consensus that is the public services right now.
Services, I would go with the consensus there. I don't feel it is a compelling just to fund their services for people's self-help at this stage, as opposed to we need to get the facility happening.
So I will go ahead and say, in terms of public services, my sense is that the scholarships will probably not be used through the end of May, and that we'll be allocating those to ECHO, at least probably a good chunk of them. And I think that once we do have a vaccine, things open up, we are going to have a deluge of youth that want to get out and be doing activities. And a lot of people are going to have a hard time paying for things. So I would encourage that we fully fund the youth scholarships. I would put the $12,500 there because I think it's going to be greatly needed next year. And I think the funds we have will end up going to ECHO. I would like to, as Mayor, I'm still going to Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau, it just rolls off the tongue. As Councilmember Bourbeau said, the CASA, I would like to know more about it, but I am willing to put the $2,500 there. I think that the challenge I have with giving to the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition, I don't doubt that they do great work, that they also take care of, some Atascadero residents. I do know that, ECHO takes care of a large majority of the county as well. And so I don't know that, people in South County are doing a lot of funding of ECHO. And so I don't mean it's like, well, you have to do ours if we're going to do yours, but I'm trying to see where we're seeing that broad support, and I don't know that we see that. So I'm less likely to do that. I would put the balance, which I believe is $67.19, to ECHO, assuming that they're probably going to get, well, of course, more from Paso and the county, but that they're going to get our youth scholarship money this year. And then with the public facilities, because we did give the $400,000 of in-lieu fees to People's Self-Help Housing, where we could possibly have done something else with that, I would really like to put this between the Accessibility Project and Family Care Network. I would like to put $17.5 to Family Care Network, half of it, and hope that encourages the county to do matching. And then the balance of that, which would be $76,615 to the City of Atascadero project. And Councilmember Darres.
Here we go. This was an interesting way to get my feet wet here.
Well, I'll tell you, my very first meeting, they said, well, okay, Councilmember Moreno. And I was like, what? Nobody told me what they did, so.
Thank you for asking me not to go first here. I do believe that I was seen on the same lines as Councilperson Newsom here. The Family Care Network project, what I'm reading about in here is $35,000 wouldn't even cover it, even with volunteer help, I think. So, but I would like to keep it in the way that she has it divided up, because that's where I was going, 35 and the 59. I'm happy with that. And then on the public services side, Mayor Moreno, I happen to agree with the way you have that divided up as well. I think that's perfect. I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Okay. So with that, do we have any comments or people that might be wanting to move things around? Councilmember Funk, followed by Councilmember Borbo. You're muted, Susan.
Sorry about that. One of our traditions has been to be average across, and that doesn't make sense if we're taking different strategies. So I certainly would support the consensus here to move my 74115 up to the Viejo Camino project, because those accessibility projects are also important. All of these are important, and we're weighing urgency as well. My question would be on the 5 cities homeless, if we have some amount that, at what point does the paperwork to deal with the thing become more onerous than the actual value of the money?
I think that as long as they get the 8,000, they know what they're getting into. And so whether, that you see at the end of the day who gets what, ideally the county would make it up if they needed that. Some years ago, Loaves and Fishes came to us because they usually did ask for the 8,000 of public services, and they came at one point and said, we were not going to apply because even getting $8,000, it's too much red tape, too much bureaucracy that, HUD puts on this to go through all the, all the hoops and everything that need to be jumped through, and it costs them too much to actually do that. So I'm assuming if someone has applied for public services, knowing 8,000 is the minimum, they've made that commitment that it's worth it to them.
Okay. Then I'll leave my services recommendations in.
Okay. Councilmember Borbo, you had a comment?
May not be necessary because Councilmember Funk agreed to change her number. I was just going to say I agree with your comment, Mayor, that people self-help housing, we did give $400,000 of city in lieu of funds to their project. And we, over the next 30 years, we will be heavily subsidizing that project through not collecting property taxes. So I feel like we've already done a lot for that project is my take. So, but anyway, that was it.
True. Nick, are you the one running this, or is this Director Rangel?
No, I get it. I get the pleasure of doing this evening.
Okay, could you move? Councilmember Funk is moving her 74,000 up to the accessibility barrier removal project.
Okay.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, I think I saw your hand up a minute or two ago.
Yeah. So I was torn with the allocation on the scholarships, knowing that we didn't utilize all that funds, and eventually it would go to ECHO if we didn't. I do agree that there's going to be a lot more need in those that can't afford things that they once could because of our shutdown. So I'm fine with changing the scholarships to the 12,500. I am concerned about our allocation of funds staying local. I want to make sure that they're as local as absolutely possible. We need to support our community 100%. So if we have determined that 5 Cities Homeless Coalition or CASA is not going to be spent locally, I'd like to reallocate. CASA is a great program. I know all about it all over, but I don't know exactly in this funding if we can say it has to be spent in Atascadero. Do you know, Nick?
I don't. it's hard saying, and they might not even know either, honestly. They countywide, I think they operate, but, and I'm sorry, I wish I could answer that.
It's okay. So I'm amenable to changing my numbers down on public service to make sure that we're taking care of our local community. And then I can do a consensus with my fellow colleagues that if we did feel that family care is going to get matching from the county or encourage the county to do matching, I'd be amenable to changing my numbers as well.
So if we're to be specific here on the youth scholarships, you would change that to 12,500 or?
Yes, I fully funded.
Okay. And then what would you be doing?
Reduce echo, and then probably taking out, it's hard to say if Five Cities Coalition is going to be spent here.
All we know is it will be spent in what they do, and that some Atascadero individuals end up there using their services equally as people from South County, from the coast, from Paso end up in Echo using our services.
Okay, so we know that we're putting people into the system and they're being allocated appropriately and utilized for those that are using the services. So I guess my adjustment would be the Echo side, knowing that the overage and scholarships that's not spent is going to go to them.
Okay. So Nick, you not being a mathematician, you're going to want to put 4519 into Echo for council for Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. If that was it. Yes, Councilmember Borbo.
Yeah, I wanted to comment though on Five Cities Homeless Coalition. I mean, initially I was like, what the heck, 5 cities. But, as you read their detailed application, they're very specific about the number of people they supported in Atascadero, and having done so last year and already expended money in doing that. I almost look at it as if they can come to us each year and say, this is what we did last year for you in Atascadero, that's what makes me comfortable putting some money towards them. Because if they came back next year and said, well, last year we didn't do anything in Atascadero, well, that would be the end of the line. I feel like, for me, I feel comfortable because it's almost like we're paying them in arrears for things they've done, or we're recognizing them in arrears for things they have already done in Atascadero. And so while there's not a guarantee that they're going to do something in Atascadero, as long as their track record holds that up, I think it warrants funding. And on CASA, I just think it's important that they come back to us and tell us what it is, what specifically it's being used for, because I certainly know they do support people in Atascadero. They actually run a facility. They own a facility on Olmeda, because my youth was in that building for a number of months. So they run a facility in our city.
So let's pull this to a close then. It looks like we have our average for consensus. And Director DeBar, when we do come back to this, if we could let CASA know that when we do our final allocation, we would like to know more from them about how they plan to use the funds for us to continue this allocation in the final round.
Let me correct myself. Actually, that facility is not owned by CASA, but it's utilized by CASA to
Got it. Thank you.
Youth in our city.
So with that, do we have let's see, I think we need a motion. Yes, we do.
Real quick, Mayor Moreno.
Yes.
The last piece is down here, the administration. Do you want to change?
Well, yes, anything? Of course, do those.
Okay. Just need to be sure, so.
Yes.
And then up here, the consensus, you wanted to do the average?
Correct.
Okay. And then we'll let CASA know that, the council has some questions on that, and maybe they can come back in March when this comes back.
Okay. And with that, do I have a...
Oh, go ahead.
Do you have everything you need from us? Can I move forward with a motion?
You can. One last thing. If maybe this helps us and it this is what I heard, is that if we can't spend the youth scholarship monies for 2020 by the end of May, that the council, it sounds like you guys are all okay with us, with that money being moved over to Echo for their operations.
And in a timely manner so that they could use it.
Okay.
So if we need to make that determination in the middle of April or something like that, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. And I will look for a motion. Anyone? I will move that we. I will move the staff recommendation with the consensus as outlined here.
I will second.
We have a motion by Mayor Moreno, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Roll call, please.
And can I just double check that also in that motion, it's moving the scholarship money to Echo?
To Echo, should it be left over? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Darris?
Yes.
Councilmember Borbo?
Yes.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And while I know we've got our newly ready to be appointed police chief in the wings, I will ask our city manager, do you mind if we take a few minutes break here?
That works.
All right. I have 8:18, so why don't we come back at 8:25?
Over here.
All right. Are we all back? Can you? Okay. Phew. I thought, oh no, I've unmuted myself. Can you not hear me? All right, Luke, are we ready?
Yep, we're ready to go.
All right. Well, everyone, welcome back. We just took a brief break, and we are now on to our management report. Do you want to confirm the appointment of our new police chief? And we'll turn this over to our city manager, Ms. Rickard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And I am going to actually invite Chief Masterson to share his camera, if you would, and join us here. While I tell you a little bit about the very thorough recruitment process that we went through. So we had a lot of well-qualified candidates to choose from. This is after a national recruiting outreach to lots of different organizations and agencies. We wanted to make sure to get the word out. Each candidate or finalist from those big pool of candidates and applications we received, we weeded those down to a few very well qualified candidates, and each candidate was interviewed by 3 separate panels along with the police union, and they got to meet each of the council members for a very brief interview there. Chief Masterson also got to be interviewed by the members of the police department. So he got to do a town hall style meeting where they each took turns asking him questions to try and see how he fit and where his philosophy was. Then he went through a very thorough background check that I think covered everything from the day he first walked until now. So it covered a lot of things that you go, okay, but that was good. And I will let you know that he also underwent a psych evaluation and passed with flying colors. So that's also a good thing. And tonight is the final test before him and before I can hire him. Similar to other city manager, city council forms of government, the city manager in the city of Atascadero hires the police chief, but it does require the concurrence of the council, and that's what I'm seeking tonight. So anybody that can rise to the top and pass all those tests in this very long recruitment process is pretty incredible, but I think that Chief Masterson stands out for a lot of reasons. I'm going to read to you a little bit from his resume. And I am calling him Chief Masterson because he is a current police chief with the city of King City. And I'll read you, he has successfully led 21-member police department. He developed, implemented, and completed a 3-year strategic plan resulting in a significant reduction of violent crime. Pretty excited about his participation in the King City's plan to end youth violence and some of the dramatic results that they have seen there in King City with that plan. He established the Monterey South County Major Crimes Collaborative Investigative Unit. He established Police Chiefs Advisory Committee, introduced community-oriented policing, significantly increased department morale, resulting in the ability to maintain full staffing and decrease turnover, maintained and enhanced services through deficit budget years, something that we've seen here in Atascadero, improved department relations with the community and civil rights group, established youth diversion program, significantly improved press relations with the department, researched and implemented new technology, established community police academy, and maintained obviously a professional working relationship with the city manager. At King City, Chief Masterson entered a department that was still dealing with the effects of a police scandal and some lack of trust in the community for that police department, and has built them and been very instrumental in building them to the professional organization that they are today. Chief Masterson also worked at the College of the Sequoias Community College District, where he oversaw, planned, and coordinated district-wide law enforcement and parking services. That district covered three campuses in 2 counties and 3 cities, so it was a widespread position. Before working for the College of Sequoias, Chief Masterson was the executive director for a nonprofit, Reaching Youth. That nonprofit created programs and activities for at-risk youth in Visalia to guide them through into positive life choices. He did all of the work that an executive director for a nonprofit would do there. And before that, he worked for Tulare County Sheriff's Department, where he ended his time there at the Tulare County Sheriff's as a lieutenant. While there, he was a court services commander, a correctional facility commander, Porterville substation commander, street crimes investigation commander. He worked internal affairs. He worked the Marine Jail. He worked in detectives, SWAT team leader, field training officer, patrol duty, jail, and deputy trainee. He also worked search and rescue, law enforcement memorial committee, and he established the Baker to Vegas relay race team. Chief Masterson's also been recognized for all of his work. He's received a congressional commendation letter for violent crime reduction in King City, state assembly and Senate letters of commendation for milestone achievement in criminal shootings in King City, and at the College of the Sequoias, he was Administrator of the Year. So that is just a few highlights from his resume. More than that, Chief Masterson is already active in the community. He has a fantastic sense of humor. I believe his style, dedication, professionalism, and sense of humor will all be a good fit here in Atascadero. So it is with great pleasure that I submit Chief Robert Masterson as my appointment to the position of Atascadero Chief of Police, and I seek the council concurrence for that appointment. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe Chief Masterson would also be happy to answer any questions.
Sure thing. And before I go to council questions, I would just ask Chief Masterson, is there anything you wanted to add? You could also wait until a presumptive approval.
I'll wait for presumptive approval and after the grilling.
Okay, sounds good. So I will look to my colleagues to see what questions you may have. Councilmember Borbo.
Just a quick question for the city manager. I'm sure people are curious, what do we estimate the start date for Chief Masterson will be?
We are hoping that he can start on January 4th. So just a few, right after the start of the year.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and open this up to public comment and find out, are there any callers or folks on the webinar, Luke, that would like to speak here at public comment?
We do not have anyone wishing to speak at this time.
Thank you. And I will ask our city clerk, Ms. Christensen, if we have any emails that have come to be read into the record for this item.
We do not have any.
Thank you. Well, with that, I will bring it back to council for a motion. Susan.
Thank you. And if I may comment first that I was really impressed with some things in the course of this interview process, which, as the city manager noted, involved a very broad community involvement, as well as within community panel, as well as other jurisdictions and all of us. And I was impressed that we'll have an incoming police chief who had the courage to step out and create a not-for-profit and work with at-risk youth and try to do something different, who knows the jail system well enough to try to keep kids out of it, and who has practical experience in trying to de-escalate situations so that everyone involved stays safe. both, the bystanders, the suspect or community person, and the officer involved. So I'm excited about this, and I am honored to offer the motion to concur in and confirm the appointment of Robert Masterson as the Atascadero's new police chief.
I'll second.
Wonderful. We have a motion by Council Member Funk and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
He said yes, but he's muted.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Mark. You can keep talking, but we still can't hear you.
There you go. Luke had to do it. I couldn't unmute it. I kept pressing the button.
Okay.
Yes. Welcome to
Atascadero.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Happily, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And yeah, Chief, I think for us to know that we have such a quality, solid individual as our police chief, because the one that retired, we certainly were all very sad to see him go. And so to see someone of your caliber and your experience come in, we're very much appreciative to have you here and to have you so interested in the Atascadero. And from speaking with you, I could tell that you really are already invested in our community, in your heart, if that makes sense. I know that sounds kind of funny for someone who is up in King City, but I really sense that from you. And so welcome aboard, and would love to hear from you.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. First, I'd just like to thank you for confirming my appointment. It's been a process. It's been interesting, to say the least, and a lot of talking on my part, so I'll keep tonight short. Like I said, I'd like to thank you for confirming this. I'd like to thank the city manager for appointing me. I'm looking forward to starting my tenure at Atascadero. I would be remiss if I didn't take the time to thank Chief Haley for his 9 years of service and the fact that he brought Atascadero Police Department into the 21st century and left it in such a good shape for me to take over. It's nice to look forward to taking over a department that isn't in turmoil. And I'm really looking forward to sitting down and working with the current department and the administration there at the police department. And lastly, without a doubt, I'd like to thank my wife. She's been with me every step of the way and supported me in decisions, first tearing her away from her family in the town she grew up in, moving to the Central Coast, and then definitely in supporting me in applying for Atascadero. Any new position comes with trepidation, but we both concur that this is the proper move for not only our family, but also for the family of Atascadero, and we're looking forward to it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Chief. And we all look forward to getting to know you better, as does our community. I can tell from your experience that you will fit right in terms of that community engagement that we do, that Chief Haley was such a proponent of, and look forward to having you meet more and more Atascaderans. So thank you. And I would also like to thank Lieutenant Mollet for being the interim chief for this time. That can't have been easy, but I'm sure he stepped into it without a hitch. And so thanks to him, and thanks to the entire department, because I know that losing a chief after 9 years is not easy. And so for all of you to really be working together to be supporting Lieutenant Mollet during this time, and to also be, through in that interview process and doing the hard work of making sure we get the right chief. So thanks to our entire department, and lastly to our city manager, Ms. Rickard. This was not an easy task for you. A lot of things fall on your plate that people don't even know about, but this one, this was a big one, and we really appreciate all the time and effort and dedication that you put into making sure that we got the right person here. Thank you. All right, and with that, we will move on to D2, discussion, our management report 2, which is council policy discussion of drive-through businesses, fuel stations, and other high traffic producing uses. And this will be our community development director, Mr. Phil Dunsmore.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if I can get my screen to show for this one. My computer's been real pesky on this. Let's just give it a try. All right. Here we go. All right, can you see that presentation? Good deal. All right, it was just about a year ago that we initiated this particular policy regarding really not just drive-through businesses, but generally high traffic generating uses, which would include not only a drive-through restaurant, a fuel station, coffee shop, anything that really makes for a very significant amount of traffic. What we did is we adopted this policy that really looked at considerations for traffic intensive land uses, really focusing on the area at North El Camino Real, particularly San Anselmo and Del Rio. And at that time, we were really analyzing Del Rio and noting that, wow, these traffic improvements are really expensive. They really curb the potential future development of the community. And we need to take a really close look before we approve and do any more really traffic intensive uses. So this new policy that we adopted, it really requires that we look at those new land uses very cautiously, and also allows us citywide to utilize something we've already had on the books, which is our what we call our alternative per trip calculations to determine traffic impact fees. And I want to explain quite a bit about that, because it doesn't mean that they're paying substantially different amounts in other land uses. It means that really they're paying the same amount as other land uses. And I'm going to get into that description a little more later. But really, what's a high traffic generating use? It might be a gas station, it might be a fast food drive-through restaurant, but it really is anything that results in an amount of traffic that's significantly higher than the average land use. For example, when you have a house and you have an office building, those have fairly typical traffic volumes associated with the size of the house or the size of the office building. Whereas when you have a fuel station, you may not have a building at all, but you may have a very, very significant trip generation. So if you base it off the size of that building, your traffic calculations are likely going to be pretty far off. So just as a comparison, when we talk about trips, drive-through restaurants, for example, average about 1,500 daily trips. And when we talk about trips, that's not the actual number of cars that come to that property. Trips means how many times a car is driving across the street to get to that property. So when we say 1,500 trips, that's about 750 cars coming to that particular location. They're coming to that location and they're leaving that location. So they're driving across that road 1,500 times. So when we talk about trips, when I talk about that tonight, that's what that means. So you roughly cut those numbers in half. We talk about a quality sit-down restaurant, somewhere where you don't have a drive-through. We have a few of those in town. They average about 168 daily trips, pretty small amount. Fuel station, that's where they really hit the ceiling. Roughly 2,400 daily trips when we have something like a 12-pump fuel station, which we have quite a few of in town. Scaling it back down, looking at a typical house, only about 9 trips per day in and out. We look at a hotel, that's about 1,000 daily trips when you look at about a 120-room hotel, considering you've got people coming and going a couple different times a day. But then on the opposite end of the scale, look at a huge business park. Let's say you've got an area with multiple commercial buildings, you've got offices, you've got light manufacturing, you've got warehousing, you've got head of household jobs, and you're covering, in this case, maybe 6-7 acres of property, and you've got up to 200,000 square feet of land uses. That's really about 2,000 daily trips. Compare that to being less than a simple 12-pump fuel station that may or may not even have a convenience store. So just a comparison, just to show how those two things weigh up and how they really consume those trips at an intersection like Del Rio or San Anselmo. And again, looking at if you had 100 houses, which is a pretty substantial size residential subdivision that could support a population of several hundred people, that average is still only 944 daily trips, still less than half the amount of what you would see for your typical fuel station. So these numbers help put in perspective kind of what we're talking about here when we're looking at that analysis of fair share and nexus of, you know, what someone pays in traffic impact fees as compared to what that land use might be in terms of generating vehicle trips over the roadway. So that when we adopted this policy a year ago, there was really several objectives, really looking at the findings of a conditional use permit and asking ourselves the question, you know, when we have a discretionary use like a gas station and fast food restaurant are, can we make those basic findings of a conditional use permit to say that this is part of the orderly development of our community? This does not create significant traffic issues or conflicts in our community. The basic general plan findings or basic use permit findings. We also wanted to look at, hey, are we causing significant traffic issues with these land uses? And also we didn't want to prohibit ourselves from building out our city consistent with the anticipated general plan and limiting our future success. Those are the key things to think about. We really focused down on several land uses: fuel stations, drive-through coffee shops, drive-through restaurants, car washes. Those are the things that top the list in terms of those high trip numbers. So what the policy really did was ensured we had adequate review of long-term traffic strategies for particularly the San Anselmo and Del Rio overpasses, where we have substantial commercial areas that could develop and redevelop. In the north, you've got the Del Rio area specific plan. We have a lot of interest in that as of recent. And then at the San Anselmo, we've got a lot of interest at that location, in addition to the fact that it's very likely we're going to see substantial redevelopment of a Kmart shopping center soon, and we're going to be, you know, put at that spot where we've got to look at those trip numbers. And it really just ensures that we can really accomplish our general plan goals. We did adopt a map with that policy. This is the map that really has us reflect back on the conditional use permit process. So within this boundary, which essentially tried to cover all of the commercial areas that fed into the San Anselmo and Del Rio intersections, that's the area where we wanted to have, I'll call it a moratorium, but it's not really a moratorium because it doesn't prohibit high intensive traffic uses, but it causes us to look back at those conditional use permit findings very carefully. And begs to ask the question, can we make the findings when we have a significant traffic use? So that was the map wherein we would look at those findings. Now, citywide, the policy says we still need to look at these impact fees for the alternative cost per single trip method. So that is not just in that mapping area, but that's citywide, where if we have a high traffic use, that is a discretionary land use, that we need to look at utilizing that if those trips surely are above that 25% threshold above the average trips. And instead of basing that on the size of a building, like I mentioned earlier, typical, without using an alternative trip basis, you would look at building size to determine trips. In other words, a 5,000 square foot office building in that scenario is going to pay a higher traffic impact fee than would be a 1,000 or 2,000 square foot convenience store that's part of a 12 pump fuel station. Whereas again, that 5,000 square foot office building may have 200 trips a day, whereas again, a fuel station is going to have roughly 2,500 trips a day. This chart helps us see some of those things. And I highlighted one line on this chart because this is an interesting thing. We started looking at the numbers recently, and without looking at all the other details about trip length and pass by, which are some things I can help explain later, I just want to focus in on the standard method, the center column there. And we look at the current fee, for example, if we had a small gas station that came in and they didn't really have a convenience store, but instead they had a little booth, a kiosk that was 60 square feet, or they had no building at all. That traffic impact fee could be down as low as $560 or even nothing if there was no building. Yet under the alternative cost per single trip method, if it had 12 fuel pumps, it's going to be up in the $200,000 range. Same as a larger gas station with a mini mart, but the standard methodology would be about $30,000 for that larger gas station. So it just shows you there's a little bit of a missing link or a kind of a hole in our traffic impact fee collection for very intensive traffic uses that tends to sort of almost in a way subsidize the higher traffic end uses while paying kind of a larger fee for the offices and those uses that may not generate as much traffic. It's sort of an interesting way it's been done. So utilizing this alternative method really, if you look at the numbers, it really makes it fair, really is much closer of a nexus when you look at it that particular way. Yes, the fees are very high, $200,000 for a fuel station. For a fast food restaurant could be as high as $500,000 if it has a drive-through and it truly has those trips. Now, the good thing about this is we don't have a one-size-fits-all for these things. We can truly look at traffic analysis for any land use. And it is very true that different fast food drive-through restaurants have very different traffic rates. We saw that, for example, with a KFC and In-N-Out at San Anselmo. Very different business operations that have very different traffic rates. So we're not required to look at a one-size-fits-all for these. We can explore a traffic analysis and determine how that may work based on the pro forma. So what's happened over the past year since we've adopted this policy? Has anything crazy happened? Have we turned away a lot of development? Has it's been met with significant negativity? It really hasn't. Nothing has really happened in the last year. We do have a couple of inquiries right now. The first one we had recently was regarding the vacant Kmart site over there at San Anselmo. There is a fuel station and convenience store that would like to locate there, and they are talking with us right now. The most significant issue with that or any other one of those stations, though, isn't so much the fees. The fees aren't the big barrier. The actual big barrier is really the traffic improvements. Because if we're going to develop something like that there, it is going to create significant physical traffic issues and potentially have traffic backing up onto Highway 101 on the on-ramps or off-ramps. That's something that Caltrans will not allow us to do, and that's something that we're going to have to fix before a business like this is able to operate and function there. So what's going to be more expensive is really doing those physical improvements, and if they do the physical improvements, obviously they would get credits for the traffic impact fees that we would charge them as part of their project. So really the stickier issue on those that we're looking at now is determining what physical improvements could solve the issues because of our undersized overpasses. So it's not really the fee issue. The fee issue could be done. In fact, these folks would say, wow, can I just pay the fee and be done and can I move on with life? But it just doesn't quite work that way because we also have to justify that we're not creating significant impacts. Now I have the policy language up here. I'm not going to read through all that now, but we can go back to that if we'd like to look at that. I've also got the typical use permit findings that we use for a conditional use permit. And essentially, I'll just draw our attention to D and E there, which we drew attention to in the policy, which is we need to make findings when we adopt a conditional use permit. And we need to say that a project will not be inconsistent with the character of the immediate neighborhood or contrary to its orderly development, and that use will not generate a volume of traffic beyond the safe capacity of all roads. These are a couple of basic findings that we need to make with every use permit. So I think when we adopted the policy, we said, boy, it's going to be difficult to make those findings for a land use that's going to have significant traffic that is going to inhibit our full development consistent with the general plan in the future. So I'm going to end my presentation there. This is really intended to be just a review of our policy, what it has done, where it stands today, and at this point, I'd just be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I would bring up one issue because this actually came about with one of our local business owners that was really interested in us bringing this back. One, because we said we would, so obviously we wanted to do that, and things got a little bit delayed because of COVID and the new fee impact study, and so this just didn't come up as timely as it might have. But one of the other issues that he had brought up is some of the smaller sit-down restaurants, in town, that if they did want to, particularly in the times that we're in, and who knows what things look like going forward, if they wanted to put in either a drive-through or a pickup window or something like that, my understanding is that type of fee, it would not be the same for an already existing business. Could you help us understand what that would be like?
Certainly. Well, there's a couple different scenarios. So if someone's taking over an existing business as a drive-through business, they're not going to pay any fees at all. It's grandfathered in. If they're going to add a drive-through to an existing restaurant where it's truly a drive-through, where you've got a vehicle lane and vehicles are able to queue and not leave their vehicle while making the order and keep their vehicle running, that would trigger a conditional use permit. And we would be able to evaluate what's the true trip generation. Are they just a local in-town non-chain type restaurant where we assume based on their current model that they have a fairly low level of traffic? It might be that there's no additional traffic impact fees because they've already paid traffic impact fees for their business. We've already assumed that. And does the drive-through really add to that substantially, well above the 25% threshold that we have established with our policy? Maybe not. And in many cases, it would not trigger that. So it's a very different kind of scenario.
Okay, thank you. And with that, let's go ahead and open up to council questions. I think Councilmember Dara is first.
Phil, if you can go back to the slide that has the fees, you had the two different methods of fees. Yeah, that one. And how are the fees established? How do you determine? Because I was doing a quick calculation thinking that you just divide one by whatever, and then you multiply by the number of trips. Beyond that, it didn't seem to be working out that way.
It doesn't work that way. It's not quite linear. And when we adopted our fee schedule back in 2002, this methodology was adopted. But what it essentially does, it's different for each land use because each land use has a different, what they call trip miles and a different trip length. And there's a different amount of vehicles that actually go directly to a land use. And that's the only thing they do other than the fact that, hey, they're going to get gas and they're also going to stop by and do this. So they're already on the road doing that. And there's consideration for that. And there's this manual, it's from the ITE, that essentially has the data for those different parameters, which is different for each land use. So it's not a linear calculation, unfortunately. There is a calculator. We do have a calculator that will work those things out. But again, you've got to enter different criteria for each type of business. And perhaps Rochelle can tell you a little bit more about that, as she's very familiar with the finance side of things more so than I am.
I can. Learned a lot about this. So the estimated daily trips does come from the ITE manual, or it could be another source. The adjusted for pass-by and diverted trips, as I said, those are trips that somebody is, hey, I'm on my way to work. I stop at the gas station. I don't really add any extra thing. I just kind of pull in. That would be a pass-by trip. A diverted trip would be something where I'm on my way to work, but I drive a mile out of my way to run that errand on the way to work. Different land uses are more likely to have different number of pass-by and diverted trips. So a gas station, a lot of us, I would say the majority of us, typically pick a gas station that's on our way to somewhere where we go fairly often, whether it's work, school, grocery store, some along that. So it has a lot of pass-by trips and diverted trips, and they don't go very far. So I'm not likely to drive all the way across town to do that, so it has a shorter trip length. Both of those pass by, diverted, and trip length come from a study done by Sandag, and those come in. When you multiply all those numbers across for this assumed gas station, we'll say the estimated daily trips of 1,956 times the adjustment for pass by and diverted, we're saying only 46% of those are not that needs to be that adjustment, times the trip length, times the adjustment for in and out, ITE count. A trip in is one trip and a trip out is another. You get to that 1273, just as you get to the 34.5 for a residential. What we then do is the fee is based on $162 per trip mile for all of the fees. And that's based on the average. We do it based on square foot for the regular calculation. Well, that doesn't work for some of these really high uses. So if we're using that same formula of running all those across like we do for a residential unit, if you use that calculation of the 1273.4 times 162, you're going to get the 206,291.
Okay.
Which would be consistent with, an average small retail, an average small industrial. That is what our fees are based on, is that 162 per trip mile.
Okay. And these fees, how is this used on, say, 41? Because that's a state maintained road, right?
Right.
So would these fees still be applicable for something that's going to be on 41?
It is. People are still going to drive through town and drive through some of our busiest intersections to get there, regardless of where it's located. We don't collect our impact fees, from a specific area and only spend it on that specific area. We spend it, otherwise we'd never get enough money to do any of our projects. We usually accumulate it and spend it in one thing. But no matter what, that business is going to generate traffic in other places too, not just the street that they're on.
Oh, okay, great. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other council questions? Councilmember Funk.
Yes, just to clarify that the amounts in the standard method are not what we are doing currently, because the council changed this policy basically a year ago. Is that correct?
For the higher traffic use is correct. We can still use the standard method if one of these higher or other land uses come in and there's still a low traffic use. We're still utilizing that method. So the fact is that the policy only directs us to use that when these land uses are in that excessive category.
Sure. I was just noticing that they produce the same results for most of these lower volume traffic uses. Also, to clarify, the cost per trip mile of, say, $22 for a large gas station with a food mart on one of those middle rows there, just above your highlighted road, that was not something that the council overtly specified, right? That's the byproduct. Do I understand that that's the byproduct of dividing the fee by a standard method by the trip miles, right? So it wasn't that we said that this is a $22 a trip mile use and now it's suddenly $160 a mile. It's that we weren't factoring in the real load of trip miles in the standard methodology.
That is correct. The standard methodology is based on average for all commercial, not those big outliers like a gas station or fast food, with drive-through. So it was not hey, we want gas stations to be $22 a mile. The idea was that all fees should be at $162 and close to that average. So it was based on averages.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And then, at the risk of beating a dead horse on just a little bit, may I do a hypothetical? So, just to understand this issue of of what our other choices are, if we have a sit-down restaurant, say something like Thai Elephant. Okay, so that's an existing restaurant. It has takeout business. It has a sit-down business. Of course, right now nobody is sitting down, but ignoring COVID for the moment, that's if a business of that kind of model wanted to, say, have a pickup window so that people who had pre-ordered could drive through and get their food without having to walk through the restaurant. And presumably they'll attract a little bit more business as a result that will pay their cost of doing that. That kind of use, would that trigger them to be looked at for fees of this magnitude? It's not really a fast food joint.
Again, if that is something different and they can justify that it's really a lower volume of traffic than your typical fast food drive-through restaurant, then it wouldn't be subject to those alternative trip method fees. It would be just a standard restaurant. And it really is how that drive-through is designed. Does someone have to get out of their vehicle and turn off their vehicle? Is it truly a queue? Is it truly a land use that generates a really high demand, like a couple of our fast food restaurants that do? That's something we'll have to look at on a case-by-case basis. Most cases, no. If someone's just adding a pickup window, like a Thai Elephant type restaurant, it's probably not going to be in those higher categories when we analyze those numbers. And the other question is too, we've got an ordinance right now that says a drive-through restaurant would trigger a discretionary conditional use permit. So a pickup window does not. And so if they designed it whereby someone has to drive in and park and get out of their vehicle and walk to a pickup window to get their food, but not go into the building still, that's still not considered a drive-through restaurant. That wouldn't be subject to a discretionary action, wouldn't be subject to additional conditions, and we wouldn't be able to apply these alternative trip fees as well. There's another scenario.
Okay.
So it really depends on the design of what they're doing and the calculation of the trips that they can estimate for us and we can feel confident with on that particular situation on a case-by-case basis. Okay,
so a business that would be contemplating something like this would be wise to come and chat with you, first of all, about the fine points of that design and what it would trigger.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Borbo.
So first question for City Manager. On this chart, Councilmember Funk noted that the cost per trip mile, was $162 for, residential units, small retail, industrial, office. Was that, it seems like for that to come out that way, that had to be a deliberate desired outcome.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. The fees were set on a $162 per trip mile. That was the basis for the fee. They then divided that by average square feet, to get there. And so a lot of the ITE trips are based on square feet of a restaurant or bank or retail or any of that. So that is the fee. It was meant to be $162 per trip mile. It was not coincidental. They took that $162 per trip mile and changed it into a per square foot calculation just for ease.
So the real fee would be if I was building, a 4,000 square foot office, it would be 4,000 times a square footage fee.
Correct. Which then when you divided that by the trip miles generated by that office, you still get back to that 162.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And because I can see why, on its own, that doesn't, make a lot of sense for the different uses. But we have two different issues here. One being the, one being the area we're most concerned about, San Anselmo and Del Rio. And then we, so we adopted the policy being very concerned about that. And then we looked at this alternative trip fee method. And I was, somewhat reluctant a year ago. and wanted to make sure we looked at this again because of this chart. Because we're going, in some cases up by a factor of what, 17, 18, something like that. So my question is this, what I have a hard time understanding relative to this whole vehicle trip stuff is, so if we build a new gas station in town, I'm not going to buy any more gas. And if it's really cheap gas, I guess I might drive a little farther to get to it. But in other words, I'm not going to buy any more gas, right? So where are all these extra trips coming from? Are they coming from are they coming off of the freeway in terms of their out of town people coming and spending money at our gas station or our fast food restaurant, which is something that I thought we desired. So it just kind of confuses me how these trip numbers are calculated and how we perceive that as a direct impact. In other words, how is it that, we build a new gas station and we're going to have, about 2,000 more trips a day when, most of us aren't going to buy any more gas. How does that generate 2,000 more trips? I understand it might generate more trips at a given intersection, but it might also reduce a lot of trips at other intersections.
Yes and no. It actually, when where there's a gas station, you'll get off the freeway and you'll start driving through that city's circulation system. Yeah, if you're from out of town. It's not that our existing population is going to buy more gas, because it's not going to grow by that measure by any means. But in terms of the way the ITE manual counts traffic trips and the way we've done our local analysis, it does create more traffic on your local roads when you have those things in your community. And whether it's people coming from out of town or just traveling through town, traveling locally, regionally, it does. But you're right, there is some consideration for the more you have of a particular land use, the more thinly you're going to spread out your potential impacts. There is some potential for that. And that, may take a further level of analysis to determine, what's the difference when we have 16, 17 gas stations as compared to a town that has 3 or 4. Is there a substantial difference? And I don't think we have done, and nor does the ITE manual get into that level of analysis. So,
well, if we build, 192,000 square foot office park, which we'd all like to see because it would bring jobs to the community, that might result in more trips to the gas station, because as we want more employees working in town, instead of buying their gas in San Luis Obispo, they're going to buy it here, for example. So it seems to me there's all kinds of interplay here, and to think that, gee, somebody's building a gas station, they're going to generate 2,000 trips. To me, there'd be a heck of a lot of offset there in terms of internal business. Because if they build a new, AM, PM, and I stop going to Circle K, well, there's an offset of trips there. If we build an office park and more people work in town and buy their gas here, which we all like to see, yeah, is it the office park that's really generating the additional trips to the restaurants, which is something we want to see, or generating the additional trips to the gas station, and is something we want to see? Are we pulling more people off the freeway, which is something maybe we don't want to see from a traffic standpoint, but we do from a retail sales standpoint? Everybody comes off the freeway and buys gas at average of $30 or $40. That's as much as we might expect that person if they came off the freeway and shopped at our old Kmart. So I'm a little confused about the methodology, but also really concerned about the impact on economic development in our community. And so I'm trying to understand how we, figure this all out. The other question would be, and I think you alluded to it relative to the difference, let's say, between a KFC, which is now out of business, and an In-N-Out burger. Both, fast food restaurants with a drive-through, similar sized buildings, let's say one generates a hell of a lot more traffic than the other. And you alluded to this, but how, let's say based on this estimated calculation, you charge an In-N-Out Burger $515,000 to build, but you would charge somebody else less if they could prove to you they were going to generate less traffic? Because In-N-Out Burger would go, hey, that sounds like a deal to us. I mean, it's a lot of money, but if you ran our numbers, it would be more. So we're not gonna argue. How's that play out? And then somebody asked about existing businesses. So when Panda Express went into the Pizza Hut place, you know, great addition to our community, but they generate a lot of traffic. They paid zero, right? Because they went into an existing building.
Yeah, so this is only for new construction. When someone does a new development, that's when traffic impact fees or other development impact fees are triggered. So they move into an existing building, especially when it's a non-discretionary use, there's no impact fees whatsoever.
But okay, but you would, if somebody wants to build something new, like let's say if KSC wasn't here and they came along and wanted to build, and you go, okay, based on ITE estimates, that'll be $500,000. And they go, wait, we're not that busy. Here's some corporate data or whatever. That's what you're talking about in terms of a traffic study or corporate information that would allow you to charge a lesser. Is that what you're?
Yes, because it's a discretionary conditional use permit and we've got to do that analysis, we would be able to collect their data and adjust accordingly. It is challenging to do because once you do approve that conditional use permit and you approve that use, it is very difficult to monitor through time, you know, whether that particular occupant changes and it becomes something else later on down the line, which would not trigger a discretionary review. So it's kind of a sticky situation, but yeah, you can base it on the kind of land use and base it on their market analysis of what they're going to demonstrate. You certainly can do that. So it doesn't have to be a one size fits all.
Right, thank you. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Darris.
Charles put a lot of thought into that. And he got me thinking. On the drive-through situation, if you had an existing building that was used as a drive-through, say a bank, and then it changed use to fast food using the same drive-through, it's going to have more traffic, more trips. Is there going to be an impact fee involved with that? It is an existing building. And conversely, if it went the other way where it was a fast food where you have a lot of trips and it's going to, the drive-throughs is still going to be used in a new use but has much less trips. How does that balance out in terms of the impact fees and what somebody would or would not pay?
So if they're changing from a pharmacy or bank into a fast food restaurant, that is going to trigger the conditional use permit process. It's a change in land use, change in occupancy, and we would be back in this spot of analyzing the difference in trips, but they'd have a credit on their trips because there's a significant trip estimate for the existing use. So they wouldn't pay that full fee. If it's a vacant fast food restaurant building like the KFC is now today, and another fast food restaurant moves in, it's zero, and it's not even a use permit. They move right in and they go straight to work. Now, if it's a fast food drive-through restaurant and they're going to convert to a sit-down restaurant, they can. They're not going to pay more fees, but neither are they going to get a refund from the city in that scenario.
Right. Well, what I was saying is that, I guess I'll simplify the question. A drive-through that's still going to be used as a drive-through, but in one use, the original use had 10 trips or whatever. I'm just using a number. And then the new use is going to have it much higher, 100 trips, 200 trips. But you're saying because it's, you know, it wants to say from a bank to a fast food, because it is changing, it is a different use, that triggers the impact fee.
If they're building. Now, typically when you're changing a bank to a restaurant, you're going to have a construction permit. You're going to have significant tenant improvements. You're going to be changing your driveway pattern because you have to have a longer queue. You have to have a whole different setup. So it's going to be a substantial construction situation and we're going to have to look at a substantially different circulation pattern. The whole thing is going to change. It's not that simple. And so I think you pose a good question. There might be some scenarios where, hey, I've got a kind of a high volume bank, and now it's going to just turn into a low volume coffee shop, and we find that it's kind of a wash. They're not doing a lot of construction. Maybe it doesn't trigger that. That's kind of something that we have to take a closer look at. We haven't had anything that's gone quite that route. So you pose an interesting situation that might take a closer look as to really justify where it is on the scale of, in terms of really changing the land use or really changing the building.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council questions? Council Member Borbo.
Yes, Phil. So Habit Burger built recently in our town with a drive-through, looks pretty busy. And of course, they were subject to the old methodology. So let's say they paid roughly $30,000. Do you know what they would have paid then? Or would they have been a candidate, or would they very likely have been subject to roughly a $500,000 fee to have built here?
They would probably be in that higher end of the alternative fee, yes. The interesting thing about them, it seems really busy, but it actually is a slightly lower traffic volume than some of the other fast food restaurants. The thing is, their food preparation is a little bit slower than your typical fast food restaurant, so their queuing stacks up for a longer time period, and their number of vehicles is actually dramatically different than In-N-Out, for example. Much, much, much lower.
Okay, and if they could have demonstrated that to you, they might have paid $300,000 or $400,000, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that particular Habit is one of their very first drive-through models. Most of the other Habit Burgers in California are solely sit-down restaurants without a drive-through.
And what do you recall at all what the construction value of the Habit Burger was?
No, I don't.
Because I'm trying to put in perspective what $500,000 of potential fees does to somebody wanting to build in our community. In other words, if it's $500,000 on a $2 million project, that's a huge number. If it's $500,000 on a $10 million project, yeah, it's not as big of an impact. But that's what I was wondering. All right, thank you.
Well, I would caution us with like guessing at the $500,000 for Habit Burger. Like we don't know. We don't have those numbers, so I wouldn't be making decisions based upon that. Councilmember Funk.
Following up on that line of inquiry, do we have any comparison as to what that fee would be for a busy fast food restaurant with 3,000 trips a day if they were going to locate in, say, Paso Robles? Or, I mean, San Luis Obispo doesn't allow them, so.
In Paso, they have a whole different fee structure. They do have higher fee amounts that they charge for gas stations and drive-through restaurants, but it does appear there is some subsidies that are going on there in terms of them paying down those particular traffic impact fees based on how they adopted their whole impact fee structure. So it's not a direct linear approach using the numbers of trips, but in San Luis Obispo it is, and so their fuel stations are a very substantial fee. Of course, they don't allow drive-through restaurants down there. We allow fuel stations, and they are charged a very similar type of rate.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Just going to ask a few questions. We don't currently have any applications requesting gas station drive-through that are subject to these rates at this point?
No official applications in the House, except we do have one preliminary application for a general plan amendment at San Anselmo. It's not complete yet, but they would like to amend the general plan to change the zoning from residential to commercial on the west side of Highway 101 to add a fuel station there and a convenience store and kind of a restaurant type use there as well. Not a drive-through, I don't believe. Okay. But it is a fuel station still, so it would be subject to analysis and even a general plan amendment, which would mean it would come to city council. So they are potentially coming in with that request, but we haven't had any yet where we've had to look at this fee structure in the past year. We haven't had any official complete applications in yet.
Okay. So right now, we don't know if this is a deterrent from development here in our community.
Exactly, we really don't. And because of the fact that we have so many drive-through locations and so many fuel stations, there's so many that are grandfathered in that can continue to change ownership. It's not likely to be a very significant impact on that industry because of so many opportunities, given our in size.
Thank you for your in-depth presentation tonight.
And Director Dunsmore, following up on something that Councilmember Bourbeau was asking about in terms of, hey, a new gas station, maybe people are just shifting from one station to another. My assumption, though, is if you've got a business coming in and they're wanting a key location, they're not just trying to pilfer some residents from places. Like, they're expecting traffic off the freeway. They're expecting new business, not just shifting around of Atascadero residents.
That's right. If they're going to spend $10 million to build a fuel station, they're basing that off market analysis. They can attract those customers, whether it's off the freeway or off the highway or wherever else. Typically, these things happen in groupings. Gas stations want to be with other gas stations and a convenience store and a fast food restaurant, so they can attract enough attention to where someone can get off the freeway and handle a couple things at one time. And that's what generates these kinds of numbers. When you've got that kind of thing where you get off the freeway, you're traveling, and you're going to have a rest stop, and you're going to have a convenience store, and you're going to have food, and you're going to do some other services.
Councilmember Darris.
Phil, I was just noticing on this chart here, we don't have a possible fee for a sit-down restaurant, and whatever size an average size restaurant is. Well, what would that be? And yeah, because I'm curious if that would be. I thought I saw it someplace, but I don't see it on that chart.
Yeah, I think we had that. Where did we have that? Somewhere. I had a number of trips. But basically, a sit-down restaurant is going to be based solely on the square foot, the size of it. So if we go back to this chart, we wouldn't use a trip method. We'd use a square foot method. So for example, under the office scenario, they would be the same price as a 3,000 square foot office. The average restaurant's about 2,000, 3,000 square feet. So they would be the same as any other commercial land use, which is a standard traffic impact fee.
Okay, so $20,000 versus, like Charles was saying, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 if it was a drive-through is a pretty significant difference if it's a drive-through. So, I mean, obviously you don't want to scare restaurants away. I understand the impact with drive-throughs, but if we get nice restaurants in here, we don't want ginormous fees to scare them off. And that's
absolutely not. Yes, definitely.
Any other council questions before we open up to public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do that and open up to public comment on this item. I will ask Luke if we have any callers on the line or individuals in the webinar who would like to address council on this item.
Yes, we have one caller, Jeff Oslin.
I think I'm on now. Good evening once again, Council. Thank you for bringing this back to review. Some questions were answered and some concerns now come up. Charles has hit the nail on the head, and I think Mark has as well. We do not want to drive business out of Atascadero. We do need to be business friendly and figure out how to get tax revenue. Just because D20 passed is still not enough tax revenue. So we need to keep that in mind. A couple of things, I think that chart is antiquated, and I think some things should be updated in maybe taking the action on this tonight and maybe tabling it again may be the best advice I could give our council. Based on sit-down restaurant, scenario, Phil, this is for you. The newest wave in food service is something called a commissary, which is like a food truck, where you have delivery of a brand, known brand, going throughout the city. That would impact traffic. So if you went on Traffic Way and you put a little food cart down there that you don't get to pick up from, but it's only a delivery service, and let's say it's two major brands like a Taco Bell and a In-N-Out Burger, and all they're doing delivery, we now have high impact on our roads, and it seems unfair for a regular drive-through. So I think we have to look at that type of thing. They are popping up in major cities all over the country. I have friends that actually open these places, so I know what they're doing. I know the volume. It would boggle your mind. The other thing is, as COVID has taken over and we have a new way of doing things and we can't eat in restaurants, we have a lot of, like Uber Eats or whatever delivering. So drive-throughs in some regard may be antiquated. So I think in looking at the fees, I think that whole chart should be revisited and we should be deciding what we should be doing. As far as the other questions go, I think our mayor has answered my questions, and so is our city manager and the rest of you on the property that I own, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate this coming back for review, as you folks promised to do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Luke, do we have any more speakers?
We do not.
And I will turn to our city clerk, Ms. Christensen. Do we have any input from the public via email?
We do not.
Thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back to council. And I will ask our city manager, could you let us know the status? Certainly Mr. Oslin talked about this being somewhat antiquated and some changes that need to be made. And that's something that we had pre-COVID, we started doing and intended to have done long before now. And if you could update us to where we are today.
Absolutely. So a development impact fee has a very high bar for the work that has to go into setting those fees. You cannot just set the fees. You have to analyze both what you think, which projects you think will need to be done in order to accommodate all future growth, how much future growth you are, then figure out how many traffic trips that future growth will do, the cost of all those projects, and do math in addition to figuring out what is the current value of all existing infrastructure and existing trips and divide there too. So it's a very involved project for streets alone. We have over 60 projects that we have listed in our general plan and other places that we'll need to have completed to do growth. So we have been working on that for some time. COVID put a little bit of a hiatus on that. I know that Phil and Luke have been working together to get some of the land uses together. I think the consultant is now willing to start at the beginning of the year to kind of run through those again. We'll update some of the costs that we had done about a year ago, which should be a lot easier just doing some multiplication. So I would imagine next spring, we will be able to bring back with the consultant those land uses. I do want to make a couple of quick clarifications too. That chart is not adopted fees. Those were examples of how the alternate trip method would be calculated. It is going to be based on the trips and the trip miles generated by that use. Now, the problem with the kiosk or the truck scenario that is starting to pop up, I believe the new ITE manuals will definitely have those in them and have the number of trips there, and certainly we can find out that. But there is no building. Because there is no building, there is no opportunity to charge impact fees. And so that's how we're going to have to work with the state and others to make sure that those types of businesses are being charged their fair share. But right now, the way the development impact fee law is done, we can't charge impact fees on those. So, but
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, the ITE manual changes the ability to estimate the number of trips. It's not just fast food. What we're talking about, this is applied to high traffic generators. So if a fast food is not a high traffic generator, it wouldn't be applied. And these were just examples.
So are you saying that when, as food trucks, and I think the way Mr. Awesome was calling it, commissaries, we don't live in a big area, so we don't have these yet, but it sounds like, you know, the Taco Bells and the McDonald's and those are getting on board, and that's becoming a big thing apparently. And so that's something the ITE manual hasn't yet caught up with, but when at some point in time when they do, then whatever we've adopted would fit in with that, or we would have to redo something specifically for this use?
So the ITE manual is keeping up to date with the new uses and how Grubhub and Uber and all of those things affect the number of trips. But what I'm saying is state law only allows you to charge a trip on a new building or new construction that you're doing. So that's where we need to keep things up.
Okay. Oh boy. So I think we're at this point looking at, you know, do we maintain our current policy that we've had for the last year, particularly as we're waiting to finalize the current impact fee study that will likely be out in spring, and then maybe look at this in a bigger, and this could even come up when we're looking at the general plan for that matter. So I will just say my tendency right now is to stick with our policy. We're not seeing it be a detriment to the two fuel stations that have you know, inquired. I think Phil said the one was like, yeah, I don't care about that. How do we get everything done? So that would be my inclination. I would like to hear from my colleagues. Councilmember Funk.
Yeah, I would concur in that inclination. I think that we've got a policy that covers our needs for the moment. I think that the reasons that we adopted the particular restrictions on the area from San Anselmo to Del Rio that covers projects in those areas has to do with the strategic initiatives and making some of the traffic volume available to the kinds of businesses that will be most powerful in their multiplier effects within the city, which gas stations are not. So I would say those reasons still stand. I think we keep this, and then we'll come back and we'll look at it when we can update the whole fee study.
Other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, followed by Councilmember Borbo.
I think it's a good idea to evaluate this on a regular basis. I concur that we should leave it the way that it is and just reevaluate it every 6 months.
Councilmember Borbo.
So, city manager indicated that we could see, if we left it as is, we could see updated information on this as soon as spring. As soon as, I'm not saying you guarantee spring, I'm saying.
That is certainly my hope, yes.
Okay, and then I want to make sure I understand something from Mr. Dunsmore. You mentioned in response, I think, to Councilmember Funk's question about other cities, that Paso does things maybe a little differently, and there's some subsidy there. And maybe this is a question for the city manager. Fee schedules can also reflect council priorities. Is correct? In other words, you got to base it on a number, but you can make a deliberate policy decision to charge less, if you will. You can't charge more than the numbers come up with, I assume, but you can charge less based on a policy decision that something's desirable, right? Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Because as the mayor alluded to, and I think I did earlier, that, somebody just wants to build here. You know, they're not counting on just ripping off customers from existing businesses in town. They're counting on growing the pie. But that means pulling, you know, people in from out of town, you know, off the freeway, what have you, and which is a desirable thing. And therefore something that, you know, is a positive good for our revenue, our sales tax revenue, and the community. And I want to make sure we address that. If we leave this as is now, we'll make sure we, you know, we don't wait for too long, because I don't know that you'll know the business that decided not to come to town because they looked at our fee schedule, you know, and decided, you know, let's don't do that right now. So I'm concerned about the impact of this. I think given what we've got going, we've already got a couple of gas stations want to come to town under old rules. There's not going to be, you know, that much more market for it in the short term. And I totally agree with Councilmember Funk and others regarding you know, we're going to have to be very careful to assess anything that wants to go into the Del Rio or San Anselmo area. That's kind of a separate thing from, you know, this fee discussion. So, I mean, I reluctantly can, you know, live with this being the method for a little while longer, as long as a thorough fee discussion comes back to us during the first half of next year, let's say.
Okay. All right, and if there's no other discussion, I'd be looking for a motion. Staff recommendation is fine. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Yes, I'm trying to read my paper. I recommend the council reaffirm the drive-through businesses, fuel station, and other high traffic producing uses policy for city staff.
And so a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, a second by Councilmember Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Darris?
Yes.
Councilmember Burbo?
You're muted.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
And if you can believe it, we still have another item. Number 3, draft response to grand jury report, joint agency dispatch better together. And I'm sure our Deputy City Manager, Laura Christensen, can move us through this in an expeditious manner.
Give me just 1 second to get the right screen, since I always seem to have the wrong screen pop up.
Oh, come on, we get to go see pictures of the kids, though. That's fun.
Let's see. Is it showing?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I can't see it when it shows. Okay. So that always makes it a little bit hard, but so let's see. On the 3rd of November, we got an email from the grand jury, and they had provided us a sneak peek, per se, of the report that they were issuing to the public on the 5th of November, which was entitled Joint Agency Dispatch Better Together. And basically, this was their review of consolidated dispatch services within the county, where the incorporated cities would consolidate dispatch with county sheriff and CAL FIRE. They were looking specifically at those incorporated cities who are not already consolidated with these entities. So that's Atascadero, Grover Beach, Paso, Pismo, and San Luis Obispo. Since Morro Bay and Arroyo Grande already consolidate with these agencies, they were looking at all of the other agencies. In their report, they basically said that they recommended that these cities all look to providing or look to contracting with the county sheriff and CAL FIRE to provide dispatch services, and present that as an option in future budgeting for the cities. and further on into their recommendations, you know, they recommended that the sheriff.
We're getting some incredible feedback. Okay, I think Luke got it. Go ahead.
That they, that the county sheriff, you know, provide some pricing and that type of stuff to the cities in order to do this. And the county sheriff is in the process of looking at upgrading their dispatch facilities and that type of stuff. And so they recommended that county sheriff, as they're looking to do that, they look to do that with this type of consolidation in mind. Where we are required as part of the grand jury response to respond to recommendation number 1, which is what you see here on the screen. And that response is due by January 5th. After reviewing the report from the county, staff recommends that the city not pursue contracting with the Sheriff's Department or CAL FIRE at this time. And we'll go through a little bit of why we recommend not pursuing that. So the city has looked previously at these options, both in 2009 and most recently in 2019. The 2019 study looked at the formation of a JPA to run consolidated services, and that would have been with the city of San Luis Obispo, city of Paso Robles, city of Atascadero, and Cal Poly. And so they looked at that, and while the consultant that does this is you know, a professional firm that really, I mean, this is what they specialize in. While they said that it would be operationally feasible for a consolidation, it wasn't going to be financially advantageous for the city of Atascadero or the city of Paso Robles. So they did note some things in there where it would require less personnel than an individual center. You know, doing a joint center would require less personnel, and that in the aggregate altogether that there would be savings. When you looked at the savings, when they compared the savings, the personnel costs from what Atascadero pays, what Paso pays, what the county, what Cal Poly and what San Luis pays, the personnel savings cost is not evenly distributed, especially when you look at the differences in what Atascadero, you know, what our costs for personnel are versus the cost to San Luis Obispo, and then what those agencies, what the benefits and the pay scales are. Then it also looked at, for the cities of Paso Robles, for the city of Atascadero, and for Cal Poly, there would be additional costs to those cities because we would need to hire personnel to cover ancillary duties. So our dispatchers do more than dispatch. They help out in a myriad of other duties. They do records, they do filing. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that they help out with. If we were to lose those dispatchers, we'd have to look to hiring, you know, 1 to 2 full-time equivalent employees. So not only would our costs increase because we'd have to match what is being paid by Cal Poly and San Luis Obispo, the cities of San Luis Obispo, for their dispatch personnel, but then we'd also have to hire additional personnel to cover all of those other duties. So in the end of all of this, it would not be financially feasible. This JPA methodology and looking at that type of consolidation for those agencies really came after discussions with the Sheriff's Department occurred to discuss consolidation. And in the end, the barriers with moving to the sheriff were too strong, or they were too large to overcome in order to do that, which is why we looked to this JPA methodology. And really what it came down to is there was no accommodation with county sheriff for any of the contracting agencies to have any say in any of the decision making. So none of the methodology, the quality, the cost for dispatch services, the jurisdictions, once you contracted with the sheriff, would have no say in that. And dispatch is such an integral part of our department that losing any ability to do that, any ability to have any say in how any of it gets done, was just much too big of a barrier to move forward with discussions about consolidation. There were also barriers with significant capital costs for procurement of compatible equipment. Obviously, with the county sheriff, they use different equipment. CAL FIRE uses different equipment. They're on a state system, and so we'd have to update all of our equipment to put us on the same, to have radios and that type of stuff that was compatible. As I mentioned before, when they looked at with the JPA, there's a disparity in the salary and benefits. So unless the report, the grand jury report did note this as well, that unless somehow the sheriff could mitigate that for the cities, it would be a huge cost to the cities of Atascadero and Paso Robles to consolidate. There's increased costs, as I mentioned, to cover the ancillary duties. Then you also lose, like I mentioned, it's really an integral part to have dispatch. They are part of the team. When anything goes out, emails for those groups and for the deputies, it also includes dispatchers. They are in on what's going on and in the day-to-day business. And so you lose a lot of that institutional knowledge. The report had mentioned that, it wouldn't be a big deal about having location knowledge because you have GPS and you have the CAD technology and whatever to dispatch to a location. But what you lose is that you really lose that institutional knowledge that's required for the safety and the service levels. If a call comes into a certain address, our dispatchers know right away, oh, that's an address where there's been previous issues. We need to dispatch 2 vehicles, or, we need to dispatch 2 deputies versus 1. Whereas with this, those, with a large scale dispatch center, they might not have that same type of institutional knowledge. They're not going to be included in those regular briefings and stuff that are happening with our deputies here. So you lose a lot of that you can't just get through mapping and traffic analysis. And then some of the fire responses had been stuff like what quickest route. Pulse Point is actually an app. Our city doesn't use it, but a lot of the other cities do. And this is a 911 app that people can see where 911 calls are going out so that they can avoid areas or, get quick information of what's going on. And quickest route really refers more to when a call comes in, how our guys know how to get there, how our engines know how to get there. So you'd lose some of that and what our staff is actually used to using, because like I said, you'd have to switch over. So like with CAL FIRE, you need to switch over to a state system, and it would be on the CAD system that the state uses and using all of that. So any of our own equipment or those ways that we're used to would go to the wayside of what the state has in place. So those really became, those are big barriers right now that unless there's some way to get over that hurdle, there isn't really a means to, even if they say ultimately there are good that comes from consolidating, these barriers are greater than any of the potential benefits that could be realized. Plus, like I said, while overall there may be savings, if you looked in the aggregate, when you looked directly to our city, there would not be savings. It would actually cost us more. So we drafted a response that's included in the packet, and you can see it here. Basically, recognizing some of those barriers we just talked about, and then letting them know that the barriers and the cost to Atascadero would just outweigh any of the potential benefits, and that we will always continue to streamline our operations and always look for ways to be providing the most cost-effective and efficient services to our community. That's something we do all the time. It's we're always doing that. So that's not something that we'll stop doing. And, you know, we do note about the department's goal of being the premier law enforcement agency on the Central Coast, and we can't do that without dispatch. And so having dispatch where, you know, we can rely on them, where we can have those open lines of communication, where we can do that, is really integral to the department and the city. And that is where we're at. And so our recommendation is just to approve the draft response to the grand jury and authorize the city manager to execute the document and submit it on the city council's behalf. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you for that very thorough report, Laura. And yes, we are always looking for ways to streamline and economize. And so I'm certainly appreciative of the comments. That's something that is in our DNA, and we do on a regular basis. So questions, I'm seeing Councilmember Funk.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I've got the whole gist of this. So, you know, as a community, we're trying to attract more jobs to our community, reduce the cost of delivering services, make sure our services are responsive to our community, maintain excellence in our public safety environment. And we're being asked to consider something that would raise our costs, move jobs out of our city, and give us less control and diminish our capacity to serve our community with good public safety. Have I got that right?
In essence, although I want to say I think they're looking at it in the aggregate, right? So it's not in the aggregate when you look at it, it's a benefit across the board. So
right.
There is
like if we take one for the team,
right, to save someone else money.
Yeah, ultimately,
I just like
yeah,
I think that answers it for me.
If you compare the 2019 report that was done, that really, like I said, just looked at those cities, and you look at what, if you just take San Luis Obispo, which is what the county sheriff is comparable to in terms of salaries and benefits, and then you look at the city of Atascadero, and we would need to obviously match what the county sheriff has. So if you look at just that in and of itself, it would be a cost to the city to do that, on top of, like I said, having to figure out how to cover those ancillary duties as well. So yes, it would actually cost us more.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Seeing none, I'll open this item up to public comment. Do we have any callers or individuals on the webinar wishing to speak on this item?
We do not.
Thank you. And I'll ask our city clerk if we've got any email to be read into the record on this item.
We did not receive any, and I can't check email right now, but I don't believe we had any.
Well, we give people the cutoff of 5 p.m., so I think that the fact that you even check that during the meeting is kind of going above and beyond, in which we very much appreciate. So with that, I will bring it back to close public comment, bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Funk.
Would we have the option of adding an additional bullet point into the statement?
Yes.
Is that?
Because I
feel
think
free to.
I think that the impact that it would result in jobs moving out of Atascadero, contrary to our goals. So
well, it could be. I mean, yes and no. I mean, someone. I mean, physically located.
Right.
It's not a significant amount, but yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to bring jobs here, and paying to move jobs elsewhere is not a thing. I will support this response with or without that. I would propose that we add an additional bullet mentioning that this would the additional.
I can see Councilmember Borbo has a comment, so let me.
Well, I would have a comment and a motion. I think we've already spent more time and ink on this than it warrants, because it says right in the report this would cost us money. So I don't know where they got off suggesting we should do this for the benefit of others. So I don't know that we need to. I don't think we need to elaborate. I I would just move that we adopt I understand where you're coming from, Councilmember Funk. Absolutely understand it. It just adds to I think, the misguided nature of what they've suggested here. So, I mean, I would just move that we adopt or approve staff's draft letter back to the grand jury.
All right. And are you okay with that, Councilmember Funk?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think.
All right. Do you want a second?
The bottom line will be effective either way. We've added this to.
Do I have a second from you?
Yes.
Okay. A motion by Councilmember Borbo, second by Councilmember Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo?
Yes.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Darris?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom?
Yes, and I knew that. Right. Right.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we are on to our discussion item, which we'll go through quickly, just our COVID-19 update. We all know what's going on with the governor's stay-at-home order, and what we're all really very frustrated about is the being combined with Southern California as a Southern California region. And what that did is once the region that we've been lumped with went below 15% remaining capacity in ICU, that put us into this basically stay at home, almost more severe than we've heard it from the get-go, is the sense I get. Currently, the region that we're in, our regional ICU capacity is 10.1%. Our San Luis Obispo ICU capacity, on the other hand, is 48.9%. So definitely a lot of frustration being expressed. Today at the Board of Supervisors, 3 counties, you had Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura, have all voted to and sent a letter to Governor Newsom asking that after this 3 weeks passes that we exit from the Southern California region and that we are able to put together a separate Central Coast region. And we will see how successful that is. Also, I know that I think most of us have seen the reports that down in LA, they did receive a judgment saying, well, you haven't made the case that outdoor dining is causing this, and so you can't do that. But now with the governor's order, I don't know what restaurants or other businesses might be doing. So I've also spoken with Assemblyman Cunningham, who's speaking with restaurant groups. I have spoken with Senator Laird, and also equally Monterey, others that he's representing. They're not happy with this, those smaller communities. Of course, they're lumped in with the Bay Area, which seems to be doing much better than Southern California right now. So that's where we sit, despite the fact that we do have, of course, the ICU capacity, and we don't like that regional lumping. Our numbers certainly have been continuing to increase. Our hospitalizations have ticked up slightly, and about 25% of our deaths have occurred in the last couple of weeks. So it's not that this hasn't been increasing here, certainly not the severity that we're seeing in that Southern California region that we'd like to be extricated from. And I would turn to our city manager and see if there's anything that you wanted to mention on this topic.
I think you covered it very well, Mayor. I do want to reiterate to the public, this is happening here in Atascadero. 62 of our last 600, out of the total 621 cases here in Atascadero have come within the last week. So we are not immune from those that uptick in cases. So just wanted to pass that along.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Are there any callers or webinar attendees that would like to speak on this item?
There are not.
Thank you. And I'll ask Ms. Christensen, have we received any email on this item?
We have not.
Thank you. We'll close public comment and finish that item and move on to committee reports, which we have already done, but what I will go over is the newly elected mayor will now assign council members to standing committees. And so I'll ask Ms. Christensen, is this something that I need to go through committee by committee and publicly state that into the record, or do we just submit the written copy?
If you could at least go over the ones that you're making the changes to, we can note those, and then the other ones I can just place in the minutes as no change, but then that way we can make a note of the ones that have changed.
Why don't I'll just go through everything, then that's fine. So Air Pollution Control District, appointee Derez, alternate Bourbeau. Atascadero Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Funk, is appointee, alternate Moreno. California Joint Powers Insurance Authority Board, appointee Derez, alternate remains Rickard and Rangel. City Schools Committee will stay the same, Bourbeau and Newsom with alternate Funk. City Selection Committee, appointee Moreno, alternate Bourbeau. Let's see, County Mayor's Roundtable, appointee Moreno, alternate Newsom. I didn't have that in the initial because I didn't know who pro tem was going to be. So Laura, you might want to make sure that change is made. Design Review Committee, Chair Newsom and additional member Funk. Economic Vitality Corporation will remain Moreno appointee, Newsom alternate. Finance Committee remain Bourbeau chair, in addition of Derez as member. Homeless Services Oversight Council will remain appointee Funk, alternate Bourbeau. And in reverse, Integrated Waste Management Authority will be appointee Bourbeau and alternate Funk. League of California Cities Liaison will now be Newsom with alternate Funk. We will no longer have a LAFCO, a local area agency formation commission alternate. That will be appointed by the City Selections Committee. So I imagine that we will be asking for applications and going through that process very soon. San Luis Obispo Council of Governments and the San Luis Obispo Regional Transit Authority will both remain Moreno as appointee with Bourbeau as alternate. The Water Resources Advisory Committee will remain Bourbeau appointee with Staff DeBar as alternate. And then Visit SlowCal Advisory Committee will remain Newsom appointee and Moreno backup. Lost my words there for a minute. Alternate. There we go. And thank you all for being willing to serve in this capacity. A lot of times people see the city council meetings and they think, you know, hey, a couple meetings a month, you know, no big deal. And certainly there's, as we talked a lot about Councilmember Fonzie tonight, there's a lot that not only go into these meetings, but all of the other responsibilities that we have that we gladly do because we're representing Atascadero in that way. So with that, I will move on to, do we have any individual determinations or actions? No? Any from staff?
Yes.
All right, our city clerk.
So it is another new 2-year cycle, which means we need new commission appointments and new appointments to CSTOC for the at-large. We also have a new council member who has an appointment also for Planning Commission, as do all of you have your individual appointments. And so I was thinking at the first meeting in January, we can go through all of your appointments if you're sticking with the same ones, or if you'd like to review any of the applications that we received, then we can do that as part of the application process. I am going to, starting tomorrow, put applications out for those interested in serving on the Planning Commission and CSTOC in the at-large positions. And then also with CSTOC, we do have 4 openings on the appointments from the groups in the city. So we will also be out soliciting for those as well. CSTOC does have a meeting this week, I believe on Thursday. And so they'll go over, you know, that council with the passing of Measure D20 and council asking CSTOC to also serve in the capacity of reviewing that as well. So that will be part of what they review at CSTOC, and then letting those members know for the community groups that they represent that their term is ending as of January 31st, and that if their community group wants to reapply to do that, and then letting other community groups in the city know that they do have the ability to apply and go through that. And then we'll put the applications tomorrow. They'll be available through the website, and we'll also advertise in the newspaper, and I'll put out a couple press releases for anyone to know. And then I will get with the council in the next couple of weeks to get a date at sometime in January to do the interviews for those positions. I so far have I'm planning to have the application process end January 8th. That's a Friday. So hopefully that'll give everybody about a month and some time, since the holidays are coming up. Just give people some time the next couple of weeks, and then that first week in January to apply if they are interested.
Laura, what I would like to do that we've done in recent cycles is I'm hearing an echo, I'm not sure why. Maybe that's just the way it's going to be. What I'd like to do is have us appoint our individual members at the same time we do the interview process. So we can do the interviews, and once we choose those 2 by the 5 of us, then we can each name our appointees.
Sounds good. We'll plan for that.
Okay. And how many community groups are there for CSTOC?
There are 9 members of CSTOC, 7 of which are community groups, but 1 is the Chamber of Commerce, which serves the entire length of the CSTOC. So there's really 6 community groups that can rotate through the various terms. There's a 2-year term.
And how do community groups find out about it and how to possibly apply?
So whenever we've had a vacancy, we've always sent letters to all of the community groups, the ones that we are aware of operating in the city. And then, like I said, also we remind all of the community groups that are currently have members on there that their terms are expiring, and that if they want to continue to serve, that they would need to put in another interest form.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
So just to clarify, if there are individuals out there who want to apply for open positions on the Planning Commission or the CSTOC, they should download that application from the city website and send it to you, Laura?
Yes, and it says on there as well where to submit that.
Okay, and should do so by January 8th.
Yes, by 5 p.m.
And those are up there currently?
No, they will be up there tomorrow.
Okay, fabulous. All right, well, thank you so very much. And with that, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. Happy. We'll see you all in 2021.
Yeah, and hope it's better.
Yes. Meeting adjourned. Good night, folks.
How the heck do I get out of here?